Okay, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay there. It's good to see everyone in the gallery. Welcome to staff, welcome to colleagues. Our first meeting back after a short summer break. I would like to acknowledge algonquine and Schnabig, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. I know we have a couple of regrets today, but I'll ask Kelly to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster. Here. Councillor or Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
And Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. And I just want to recognize that Councillors Menard and Devine are with us as well. I know there's a couple of items on the agenda of interest to them. With the committee's permission, I'm just going to move the order of some of these around a bit so that we deal with development review that have public delegations ahead of some of the policy work that's a little bit later on. So I'll make a note of that as we go through. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 6.1 to 6.7 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on August 23rd, 2023, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Where's the chair read the following statement. Where's my statement? Okay. Oh, that's the one. It's out of order. Okay. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest today? I don't see any. Confirmation of minutes. Are the minutes of our meeting 5th of July, 2023 confirmed?
Confirmed.
Thank you. We've received a number of responses to inquiries. Does anyone want those lifted? Not seeing so. The item, there's a referral motion BHC 2023 Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District. This is really an information item, and I'm going to ask that we move that until after the development review. There is a presentation from staff on that item. But we'll deal with that after our development review items, if that's okay with the committee. There is an item, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 245 to 263 Rochester and 27 Balsam. We do have a presentation from staff. There are delegations to it, and so we'll hold that item. 1081 Carling Avenue, for which I think most of the people in the gallery are here to address. Obviously, we'll hold that one as well. The item at 3040 and 3044 Innes Road in Orleans West Innes, that is to change the density at that property from residential second density to residential fourth density. There are no delegations on this item. We've received a bit of correspondence. Does anyone want this item held? Nope. Is that item carried? Oh, sorry. Ryan Polton and Murray Chown are here from the developer. If the committee is prepared to carry this, would you still like to speak? Nope. Thank you. Still getting used to the Zoom. So is that item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. There is a zoning bylaw amendment for 901 and 700 Solarium Avenue, as well as on Showcase and parts of Spratt Road. There is no presentation that I've asked for, no delegations, no correspondence. Marcel Denom and Nadia DeSanti at WSP are on behalf of the applicants. If committee is prepared to carry this, do you still need to speak?
Mr. Chair, no, we do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the committee, did you want that item held? No. Is that item carried? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have an item at 3330 Navan Road. That is to permit office and warehouse uses as detailed in the report. There are no public delegations signed up to speak, no correspondence. I'm from Fotan, Patricia, Jacob, and Zach. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. Does the committee want this item held? Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. There is an item at 249 and 255 Richmond Road, 373 Tweedsmuir in beautiful Kitchissippi Ward. I believe we have a technical motion on that one. Are you prepared to make that, Vice Chair?
Yes, it's on the screen now. Whereas the report was distributed by email to the notification list with the correct version of the report, except some references to the municipal address. And whereas the online version of the report was posted publicly with some minor discrepancies to the zoning schedule and the municipal addresses. Whereas the online version of the report was posted with the incorrect councillor comments embedded, and whereas it has been determined that the discrepancies are minor in nature and the amendments required have no impact on the report recommendations, and whereas notification with the correct report content and recommendations was provided accordingly to interested parties, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, a revised report attached be accepted by Planning and Housing Committee to reflect the following minor discrepancies: correcting all references of 373 Tweedsmuir Avenue to 372 Tweedsmuir Avenue, adding the full councillor comments, and replacing document 3 schedule YYY with the correct version of the schedule. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Gower. And just for folks' information, my comments on the file were omitted from the report that went online, so those are now in. I am in support of the staff recommendation. While I would like to see Richmond Road kept to 6, I understand the new official plan makes that extremely challenging to try to adhere to. So the presenters, Tamara, on behalf of the developer, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. Members of the committee, did you want this item held? No. Is the motion, technical motion, carried? Is the item as amended carried? Thank you. We have an item at 393 MacArthur Avenue. There is no presentation. I'm not anticipating no delegations. I'm not anticipating a presentation. Ryan Polton and Murray Chown, if the committee is prepared to carry this, did you still wish to speak? Thank you. Do members of the committee want this held? No. Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. We have an item, site plan control at 375. Sorry, excuse me. If my staff are listening, could I get my water bottle, please? At 375 de Châtelet Avenue, we have, I anticipate a debate over that. We have people signed up to delegate, so we're going to hold that item. There is an item, future neighborhoods, urban expansion areas process. I've asked the staff to give us a presentation on that item. So we'll get that after the development review items. There is an omnibus official plan amendment. There's a motion to defer on that for 2 weeks while we all get up to better speed on exactly what's in there. So I'm going to ask Vice Chair Gower to make a motion.
Yes, so whereas with respect to the report entitled Omnibus Official Plan Amendment 1, a request has come forward to defer the matter to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting on September 6, 2023. And whereas Omnibus Official Plan Amendment 1 consists of 89 proposed amendments, and whereas the deferral request has come forward to provide more time to review and consider the proposed amendments in Omnibus Official Plan Amendment 1, and whereas notification and a revised report and/or supporting documents will be provided when the item returns to Planning and Housing Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to the report entitled Omnibus Official Plan Amendment 1, Planning and Housing Committee defer its consideration of the item to the subsequent committee meeting scheduled for September 6, 2023.
Thank you. I will just make quick notes that this item is also going to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee on September 7th. So we're not delaying the passage of this particular item. I think there's a few things in there that some of us are hearing about that we want to explore in greater depth. So is that deferral carried? Thank you. There is a front-ending report, design and construction of Palladium Drive, widening and realignment. Derek Howe at West Ottawa is here to present if required on behalf of the applicant. It wasn't anticipating a presentation. Mr. Howe, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to address the item? Thank you. Do members of the committee want this held? Is this carried? Thank you. And off we go. Okay, so that clears us up for the agenda items that have been held. The first item then is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 245, 249, 261, 263 Rochester and 27 Balsam Street. We have public delegations. We're going to proceed with a presentation from staff outlining the report recommendations, at which point we'll move into a presentation from the delegations. They'll have 5 minutes to address the report recommendations, at which point we'll move into the public delegations. For the committee's information, I believe we have 3 public delegations before we move into debate. So whenever staff are ready, we're in your hands.
Good morning, everybody. As discussed today, we are discussing the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for a property or properties at 245, 249, 261, 263 Rochester Street, as well as 27 Balsam Street. Next slide, please. Or I don't know, the one changing. So the site is located at the northeast corner of the Rochester Street and Balsam Street intersection in the Dalhousie community of the Somerset Ward. Next slide. The lot assembly is vacant. The buildings were recently demolished. Next slide. The current zoning is R4 UD with a site-specific exception and a site-specific zoning schedule, while the R4 UD parent zone allows for low-rise dwellings up to 4 stories. The existing site-specific exception and site-specific zoning schedule were put in 2011 to facilitate a townhouse development that never came to fruition. It's important to note that the site-specific exception also allows for some commercial uses, including retail store, service and repair shop, medical facility, etc. Next slide. The proposed official plan amendment seeks to permit heights up to 9 stories. Currently, the neighborhood designation policies of section 6312 limit building heights to those of a low-rise building typology, i.e. up to 4 stories. There's also a need for an amendment to the volume 2C area-specific policies, which will seek which will seek to add the discussed increased height specifically to the property being discussed today. Next slide. The proposed zoning is that of an R5 with a site-specific exception, as well as a site-specific zoning schedule and the commercial, residential commercial suffix. What's proposed in the site-specific exception as well as zoning schedule includes increased height, reduced setbacks, reduced vehicular parking, increased bicycle parking, relief to driveway widths and bicycle parking locations, increased area for non-residential use and commercial patio, as well as a relief to the projection of a pergola structure on the roof for amenity purposes. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of the proposed zoning schedule. As you'll see, it really outlines all of the setbacks, step backs, heights to a degree to ensure that the transition mechanism incorporated into the development live on beyond the zoning bylaw and official plan to the site plan and building permit stage. Just a brief overview of the official plan. So the properties are located within the downtown core transit policy area, which is an area that intends on maintaining and enhancing an urban pattern of built form. Oh, sorry, next slide. Forgot to mention that. Enhancing an urban pattern of built form and site design in an attempt to foster the development of the 15-minute neighborhood. Also, it states that residential density is sufficient to supporting a full range of services needed in these neighborhoods is key to achieving this. The properties are also affected by the neighborhood designation. The neighborhood designation policies seek to distribute the allowed densities in a manner that would allow higher densities in areas closer to transit stations, corridors, major neighborhood amenities. Further to that, the neighborhood designation is also qualified by the evolving overlay, i.e. an evolving neighborhood, which is meant to provide build form direction in cases where a change in character is anticipated. It's also intended to provide opportunities that allow the city to reach its intensification goals by providing guidance for a gradual change in character based on proximity to hubs and corridors, by allowing new building forms and typologies, and by providing directions to build form and site design that support an evolution towards more urban built form patterns. And I also want to mention that the property is located in close proximity to other more dense designations, like the hub designation to the south. It's also 400 meters to the Corso Italia station, and is also within 60 meters from Booth Street and 80 meters from Gladstone, both of which are designated minor corridors. Next slide, please. These next few slides are just to elaborate on the unique context of this property. So the intent of the height policies within the neighborhood designation is for these areas already characterized by taller buildings to be observed only within the neighborhood designation, as opposed to taller buildings within other designations, which is why there is a need for an OPA today. The property is located on the edge of the neighborhood designation, and it's surrounded in very close proximity on all sides by other more dense designation, hub corridor, like I just mentioned. It's also important to note that a 7-story mid-rise building currently exists within the same block at 90 Willow Street, as well as a 21-story high-rise building on the property kitty corner to the subject property to the southwest. The proposed development supports the official plan goals by allowing higher densities in area closer to transit stations, corridors, major neighborhood amenities, and in an area contributing to a 15-minute neighborhood. Next slide, please. So just a few images that show the context. This one is at the intersection of Rochester and Balsam Street, looking northeast, and we can see the 7-story building that I mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide. Sorry, the property is just at the corner right there. All right, so the next slide is on Rochester again, with the property on our left, looking southeast on Rochester Street, and on this image we see the 21-story high-rise building mentioned earlier. Next slide. And this is just an excerpt from the official plan showing the different designations and the property location in within the evolving neighborhood overlay, but also in close proximity to the hub designation to the south. That's the purple color. The red dot would be the train station. And we also see Booth Street and Gladstone Avenue as minor corridors. Next slide. And just a brief policy review. The proposal is consistent with the official plan policies, downtown core transect policy area, evolving neighborhoods, and urban design. And just to underline urban design, the reason being that a proposal consists of high quality architecture that integrates strategic material choices, setbacks, and step backs in order to properly introduce itself within the existing context. The proposed official plan amendment supports the intent of the official plan, so intensification targets 15-minute neighborhood, high quality urban design, higher densities closer to hubs, corridors, and transit stations. And the proposed zoning bylaw amendment supports the intent of the zoning bylaw being housing mix compatible and sensitive built form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff will have an opportunity to pose questions to staff after delegations. My understanding is that the developer does not have a formal presentation to provide to us. Is that right? And the ward councillor doesn't have any questions for the developer. Does the applicant team still wish to speak? Are you signed up to speak? Perfect. So we're coming, we'll be getting to you shortly. Yep. So the applicant team is coming into their online.
Morning, Chair Lieber, members of the committee. My name is Mark Rivest, Senior Planner with Jill Richards. We've reviewed the staff report. We're in full support, and we do not need to speak this morning unless we have questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions for the applicant team?
Sure. Hi there. My name is Ariel Trusser. I'm the counselor for the ward. We may have met at an earlier stage in this development. I know we're going to hear community delegations soon. I just wanted to know why your design, your final design, is so close to the lot line, why that choice was something that you felt was important, because it's certainly something that's been a little bit controversial with the community.
So what we've done is we did try to maximize the efficiency of this property, but what we've done is actually with the reduced, there are increased yards where there were concerns raised by the public in terms of actually providing more ground level space. But what we've also done is that with the use of step backs is actually move that building further away from those property lines, actually very close to what's already permitted in terms of zoning bylaw right now. But what we've done is looked at using setbacks and step backs to really make this property compatible with that with neighboring context.
Okay, thank you. And I know there was, again, we'll hear from delegations, but there was some concerns about the massing. And I know that there was some back and forth and you made some changes to the design. I'm wondering if you could just speak to any changes you made in response to community feedback.
Yeah, the significant changes were actually done to the build form to reduce the massing appearance of it. So really what we're doing is they're creating somewhat of a podium effect by having more of a four-story covering majority of the lot. And then using these step backs, the appearance from street level is actually being reduced by increasing the height as you step back into the site. Keeping in mind the site is still fairly narrow. It is a consolidation, but in order to achieve the intensification that we're looking to do on this property, the big majority of the changes are based on these step backs, which had the effect of actually reducing the number of units by shrinking the building footprint. So that's why some of the number of units from the initial proposal and the massing from the initial proposal was shrunk to meet these increased step backs.
Great, thank you. And just one more question. How many trees will need to be removed to pursue this development, and how many do you plan to replace?
Oh, I don't have the exact number, and the landscape architect's not on the call, but I know in speaking with the landscape architect, majority of the trees that are being removed are actually not in a healthy state right now, and there's a significant landscaping plan being proposed, not only at street level, but also with the rooftop amenity. Understanding rooftop amenity is on the rooftop, but it is also adding to the tree coverage. But there are, I'm not too sure if we do have the landscape plan available, but there are significant portions of at the street level where there are street planters being proposed, as well as by the new patio that's being proposed.
Okay, one more question. Could you just clarify for the committee, how many of the apartments in the building are larger than 1 bedroom?
I don't have that number. I'm not too sure, Connor, if you have that. I have another staff person on the call here right now. I don't have the split in front of me. I just have the report. It is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and some have dens. I'm not sure if the architect is on the call or not. I don't see Scott here or Carl. I don't have the actual mix, but it is a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. There was an increase in the number of smaller units as a result of having to shrink the building. The client still had a number of units that had to be met for this property to be able to be developed. So there are some of the larger units that were unfortunately had to be removed, but there is still a good mix of studios, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms and dens.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Jane, I have Jane Harley signed up to speak first, and then John Robillard. Jane, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. I take it Jane's online.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. I just unmuted myself. So thanks for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. My name is Jane Harley. I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I live on Poplar Street with my partner and 2 children who are 5 and 2. So I'm speaking to you as a neighbor, but also a representative of a nearby childcare center, which is very close by the development site, St. Anthony's Childcare Center. The reason I asked to participate as a speaker is because I did submit detailed written feedback, but I don't feel that the details of that feedback were accurately captured in the report that was shared a few weeks ago. So I'd just like to elaborate on those. I'm not in opposition to the development, and I think it would be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. 9 stories is quite suitable for the area. My only minor concern is about parking, for which I feel there are maybe not enough spaces, because as a neighbor, I do experience cars zipping around blocks looking for a parking spot. It happens all the time, and it may be increased because of this, but as I said, a minor concern. The main concerns that I would like to have made known to the committee and the developer, and have those addressed and clarified. I'll just read verbatim from what I had provided in my written comments. The concerns relate directly to the safety and well-being of the hundreds of children who, range in age from babies to grade 6s, who attend the nearby childcare centers, of which there are 2, St. Anthony's Childcare Center, Dalhousie Parents Daycare Center, and St. Anthony's Elementary School. I have a child who attends St. Anthony's Childcare Center. So here is what I wrote in my detailed feedback. I said, first, it is common knowledge that this neighborhood sits on bedrock, and as such, any large building such as this that would require deep underground digging will inevitably require blasting. Directly adjacent to the proposed building site are 2 large daycare centers and 1 primary school that hold hundreds of children every weekday. Each and every one of these children would be negatively impacted by the noise and vibrations produced by blasting. Residents of this neighborhood, including myself, have a child who attends Devonshire Community Public School who were terrorized by the development company Claridge blasting and sheet piling at 1040 Somerset Street, which is directly adjacent to the school, to that school. Despite protests from parents, administrators, elected officials, the company conducted blasting and sheet piling during the school day that produced noise in excess of 110 decibels, which is mind-numbingly loud. That's my aside. For months, children had to, in school, wear noise-canceling headphones to sit in their classrooms, and they were not allowed on the playground. This, and I cannot stress this enough, cannot happen again to babies and children nearby. So please, should this project be approved, I implore you to find creative solutions to allow children to sit at their desks and learn, to play outside, to nap, without incurring, permanent hearing damage. So that's the end of my of what I had input by email. So please understand, there will be hundreds of children meters away, literally meters away across the street every day. Respecting children, and this is a radical concept to Claridge, apparently, respecting children should not be a radical concept. What sort of noise mitigation measures can you put in place? How can you ensure that children can play outside, nap, learn, and not be terrorized by drilling and blasting all day long? Claridge was, and you may have seen it in the news media, no pun intended, they were blasted by news media, parents, elected officials, and they did nothing and said there was nothing they could do to respect the children and educators that were nearby. So please be different. Please be different and respect our children. Allow them to nap, work with the daycare centers, work with the schools, speak with them in advance, and ask yourself, how can this be a good news story? I'm willing to make it one and reach out to the news media. Should we be able to find common ground and solutions to allow everyone to work together? So let's start off on a good foot as good neighbors. We want you to be here. We want you to be around. So please, 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 think of your own children who you may or may not have, who I hope if you have children, you can think about how difficult it would be for them to play or to nap or to learn next door, and think of creative solutions. And then the last point I would like to make on the noise and the building aspect is with regards to the decontamination of the site. And should any contaminated earth or particles be airborne, please consider that there are hundreds of children nearby all day long, every weekday. So the other point that I made in my comments, and I'll read again verbatim, is if the project is approved, traffic safety measures must be put in place and assigned heavy truck traffic routes must be proactively implemented before ground is broken. During the excavation of the Mosaic building on Gladstone and Rochester, dump trucks, tractor trailers, and other heavy equipment regularly barreled up and down Poplar Street, which is a very popular route, seemingly, for all traffic. Without going into major detail, navigation programs send cars and trucks and all types of vehicle up our street. So whether or not there was a traffic plan put in place for the Mosaic building, it was not followed because it was constant for months, trucks going up and down full of gravel or not, to excavate, to move the gravel. And so please ensure that those measures are put in place. Sorry, I've gone off my comments. So I'm just going to...
I need to cut you off there, but I know your counselor may have questions for you, and certainly I've got some. I want to say that I am full agreement that pile driving that was being done at the Claridge site was beyond anything I've experienced with a lot of construction in our ward, and it
was unbelievable.
That as a city. I don't believe they blasted at
I think it was just the pile driving, and it was
from
800 meters away at my home. It was deafening. So my 4-year-old sitting 50 meters away in the school, it was, kids were screaming. I know you heard this all from many of us. It was unbelievable. And so please, I just beg you to be different, to think about kids who are just trying to, be kids as they go about their day.
Councillor Trosser, did you have any questions?
Hi, Jane. I just wanted to say
Hi.
thank you. And I hear you. I lived through 4 years of sewer reconstruction on my street when my daughter was baby. And there is a large development beside my daughter's middle school that will be beginning when she starts school. So I feel this very strongly. And I know that Councillor Leeper and I, because I received many of the messages about that development, because it was a lot of Centertown residents whose kids go to school there.
Yes.
We're also looking to try to figure out through our zoning bylaw review, through if there is some measure that we can think about, some requirements to help dampen noise for certain kinds of blasting during school hours. So that's an ongoing conversation with lessons learned from that particular development.
Okay.
The other thing I just wanted to mention is, I'm sure you might be aware that after there was a terrible accident between a bike and a dump truck at the corner of Gladstone and Rochester, council did pass, thanks to community advocacy, a motion for some immediate changes to that intersection. So I will be following up because there's already a lot of truck traffic in that area. As folks may not be aware, Gladstone is both a designated truck route and a cycling route, which is completely bonkers to me and very, very unsafe. And there's already one death 20 years ago, and then another almost identical accident 20 years later, where luckily the woman survived, but has a very, very long recovery. So just want to let you know that's something I'm thinking about. And we should have updates soon on those immediate infrastructure improvements in the surrounding area. So thank you so much.
Thank you. If I can make one final comment, please feel free to share my personal information with the developers. There are people from all daycares in the school ready to meet and discuss, and we want to work together with you.
There's if this passes, there is a site plan process that will have to take place, and they'll develop transportation plans for the staging, come up with some of the technical details. So there's more process, more consultation to come.
Thank you.
Mr. Robillard, come on up. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. 5 minutes. I'm happy to provide some latitude, but keep it under 5 there. And
thank you. You're GC, eh? This should not happen. A 9-story building, 2 feet from my house. Like you said that there's a 7-story building behind me, a 20-story building there. What the city built across the street from my house is very nice. It's I believe it's a basement apartment and 3 levels. Very nice. Why don't you do that next door? It would be like, it would look nice for the neighborhood. I was understood that they had townhomes already approved to do, be built there. But now they want to go 9 stories. Now, when you put 9 stories up against that property line of mine, I won't see the sun in the afternoon. There will be no more sun after 12, because when it comes around, it hits the old age building. Now, that's one thing. But the old age buildings have got 50 feet of grass all around it. Well, where's there grass for this place? Okay, underground stream coming under my house. It's coming from up further. How are they going to stop that stream from going into the building that you are proposed to build? How are you going to stop it? If you stop it at the property line, it's going to back up into my place. I would assume so. The water's got to go somewhere. Sir, I see 50 kids running up and down the street because across the street there are lots of kids in that project. That's nice. It's nice to see that. But now if you're going to have another 9-story building there, well, I'm sure there's going to be another 50 kids running around, I've asked for 6 months to have a local traffic sign, because what they do is the people coming down Rochester after Queensway, mostly Quebec people, they run up our street instead of hitting the Booth and Gladstone lights. They go up my street. Now there's lots of people trying to pull out, lots of kids crossing the street. Someone's going to get killed. I mean it. There's no speed bump. I asked for that. No speed bump. Lots of things going wrong there that this place should not be built. It's going to be an eyesore for the neighborhood. Now, I was told that green space is going to be on the roof and it's more efficient. JC told me this. Hey, it was more efficient on the roof, green space, when I spoke to you in the office. And I don't understand how it's more efficient. I thought my lawn was more efficient. The water goes into the lawn, it's absorbed, it doesn't go into your sewers. There's another thing. Is there sewers big enough to take a 9-story building? And it's nice to say that there's a 7-story building behind me, a 21 there and this and that. But right next door to this 9 stories that you guys want to let be built is my house, which I've been there. We've owned this property since 1953. I gotta go. I have to go because of this. Tell them just to buy me out and do what you want. But it's going to ruin the neighborhood, no matter what they do. I wish there's so many. Yeah, I know, 2 minutes. I got so many things to say that this is not right. This is not right. Your house, do you have a 9-story building want to be built 2 feet from you? It's the space between my house and the fence is about 30 inches. It's 2.5 feet. It's not right to put a 9-story building up 2 feet, 3 feet from my house. It's not right. Put the townhouses or build what the city built there. They're very attractive. I think it's 3 stories, but a basement apartment, so I guess it's called the 4-story. Very attractive, what you did. And you put 20 feet of grass from the sidewalk to the building. Where's this 20 feet of grass surrounding this proposed site? There isn't. You know, I got lots to say, but I was also told no matter what I say, I'm out of luck because it's going ahead. There's nothing, Counselor, you or anybody going to do to help me. Because this is, what do you call it? People need to live somewhere when we're overpopulated. Put this building somewhere where you're not going to interfere with a nice neighborhood. And if you're going to put a store down below, a confectionery or something, you're going to put the guy out of business that's been there for 50 years. He won't be able to compete. Geez, I wish I had one more hour. I could keep talking, but like you said, I probably only got a minute left. Donna, have you got? It doesn't.
John, you're out of time. Anything else?
I can't speak.
Before you take off, any questions from members?
Hi, I'm Ariel Trosser. I'm the counselor for the ward. So I just want to say hello and thank you for coming. There's 2 things I wanted to say. First of all, you're always welcome to reach out to my office when it comes to issues around traffic calming and safety for kids in the neighborhood, because we actually do have a lot that we can do in the surrounding area. So please do be in touch. The decision about where we can put certain traffic calming measures or crossing guards or other measures or signage, that comes based on residents' feedback. So please do be in touch because we're very happy.
You know, ma'am, I find that the children are thought of second around my neighborhood. They're not thought of it at all. Nobody seems to do anything. Speed bumps, nobody want to put a speed bump. Local traffic, nobody wants to do that.
Okay, well, we can. We can and we want to. So please do reach out because we can try to work on something together, because I am very concerned about safety in that area. I also have a child in the neighborhood, so I hear you. And the other piece is, it's true, we're very constrained as a planning committee with what the province will allow us to do. The challenge, and I know that Councillor Lieber can speak to this too, is if something goes to the land tribunal, there's got to be a really good justification for the committee to reject it. And what we're also seeing from the province is an increased number of what are called ministerial zoning orders, where they will just come in and say, you're building this, and it won't even go through the committee process. So it does constrain us in what we can accept and what we can reject. It does. It puts us in a very tough legal position. And so it's unusual for planning and housing to completely reject a development. And then there have also been cases where they have there was a recent case where it went to the land tribunal and we couldn't find a lawyer that was willing to defend the city's position because they knew it would lose. That is the legal position that we're in. So we try to do as much work as possible through the zoning process to make improvements, to ensure that community feedback is incorporated. But I do understand it can be a tough pill to swallow for community members if something is very close to your house that you're not a fan of. But I do want you to know you do have my utter sympathy.
Yeah, I have a dog.
Sorry,
And the kids come, oh, sorry. You know, I have a dog, and the kids come and try to talk to the dog. Well, he may bark. And when he does, the kids jump back. And I've seen them jump onto the road. Cars coming by, they can get hit. But one thing I'd like to know is.
Sorry, John.
One question, and you answer me if you can. The stream under the house, how do you propose to stop it?
Yeah, so I will ask city staff, because one of the studies that they would have required is a servicing study, and there's hydraulic studies as well that would have been put into this. So I'll ask them that question as soon as we get to our questions to staff. It's a legitimate and valid question for sure. John, thank you for being here today.
Oh, you're not going to answer the question for me?
So I'm going to ask staff to answer the question.
Could he answer it now, please? So just to.
As soon as your delegation is over, I'll be able to.
You mean you want me to leave? All right.
Your time is up. Thank you, John.
Okay.
All right. Questions for, we don't have any further public delegations. Are there any questions for staff? Oh, is Jeffrey Meyer, is he making a presentation? Oh, I'm sorry, Jeffrey. I thought it was just a written submission. Please come on up.
Okay, I'm gonna just time myself here. Okay, my name is Jeffrey Meyer and I speak to you on behalf of my multi-generational family that has owned and lived at 233 and 235 Rochester Street since 1955. Until death do us part, we forever intend to remain here. This is not hyperbolic. Our oldest member is 93, our youngest is 2, and I'm in the middle at 45. My living room windows and kitchen directly face this place. While the city of Ottawa, much like the other lady and this gentleman here, has sought our input, we do not feel heard and represented in the recommendations submitted to you by city staff. For greater clarity, my family is neither a NIMBY nor a banana zealot. We share the same interests as you. We all want to see these parcels of land developed because frankly, they've been a blight for the better parts of the past decade. We know personally. To the extent we have a family housing crisis in the city, it's not because we have constructed far too few mid and high-rise buildings. It's precisely because the low-rise homes that ought to have been there present on Rochester Street and along there have literally been missing in action, period. What you need to know is that my family, backed by other petitioners, does not view this 9-story proposal to be fitting in our mature but evolving neighborhood. With logic, reasonableness, and lived life experience, I do not agree with the policy interpretation city staff have provided to you to advance their recommendations, and most critically, their application of section 6.3.1.2.a and b, which I must confess I simply cannot unpack for you in 5 minutes. But I will try and say this, and I'm willing to donate my analytical capacity to help you and your lawyers if you need that, because it sounds like you do. With humility, I implore you and your city public servants to see Big Policy Move 1 as the most paramount call for action for protecting and promoting, and I quote, low-rise housing options and zones for residents within existing neighborhoods close to hubs and corridors. Case in point, as per Schedule B1, Downtown Core Transit clearly shows that these properties, like the gentleman said, fall within an urban designation of a neighborhood. And none of these 5 parcels of land here abuts roadways that will functionally serve a main street or a minor corridor within the next 25 years. However, these properties are obviously close to hubs and corridors, and being in the Downtown Core Transit by definition, taller buildings will always be obviously the case here. So with humility, I also implore you and the city's public servants to see Big Policy Move 3 as a rally cry to improve our sophistication in urban and community design. By recognizing that application of section 6.3.1.2b in a downtown core transact will always need extra sensitivity and sophistication, but without it in my neighborhood, we face a real existential threat from 2 polarizing and crushing forces here. On the one hand, I need you and the city staff to protect my neighborhood from the ever-growing R5 intensity appeals that are structurally more conducive for functioning, supporting individuals with mid and high-rise living arrangements, sometimes on a temporary basis. This is there is most certainly a place and case for them in our city, and our West Downtown Core secondary plan precisely shows us where and why in this neighborhood. And frankly, it's not here on this part of Rochester Street. And on the other hand, but just as equally important, I need you to protect my neighborhood from the harsh and under-sophisticated mindset that families with children and seniors can only thrive outside a downtown core transact. And thus the R1 sprawl repeal we also see today pushing us to improve the ever-growing and missing middle. Families can thrive in a downtown core, I have, but we can only do so more sustainably today and moving forward through low-rise middle housing options and zones. While Rochester Street still has single detached homes, mine since 1921 has not been one of them. And moving forward, the vision was and remains to always have had these single detached homes becoming low-rise options, not mid-rise options. Case in point, and for argument's sake, if you and council permit the nuclear notwithstanding area-specific policy volume 2C clause on the premise of taller building is nearby, a hub is nearby, and simply to avoid the city creating a logical fallacy with its recently updated R4 zoning purposes document that explicitly says in no case shall a building be more than 4 stories in my area. And here we now have that one case, 9 stories, almost more than twice the permitted height. Then what's stopping me and my family or others along Rochester Street from changing our building plans and opting to construct a 9-story building too? With respect, who would stop us in a race to the top? You? Obviously, I do not wish to be facetious and flippant here, but I critically raise these points because we are already seeing the logic snowballing down a slippery slope. In your report, under document 5 consultation details, when a citizen essentially told you and the city's public servants, why stop here? All Rochester Street should be increased in density and height. If I may, with your mercy, in 90 seconds more, I have 3 pointed questions. Question 1, may this committee please explain to me and my community why none of my family's extensive and thoughtful comments submitted to the city on time were raised and responded to in document 5 consultation details? How many other dissenting voices in my neighborhood have been left unpaid instead? Question 2, may this committee please explain why would anyone, and especially an incorporated company, knowingly purchase 5 adjacent parcels of land in a designated neighborhood that is explicitly zoned for R4 use and intensification purposes to support low-rise middle housing functions conducive for family living arrangements in downtown core, and think they could use them otherwise? Question. I'm sorry, if I may, just one more last point, real fast. May this committee please explain why our city's public servants are so confidently recommending to you that a 9-story building currently not permitted now be permitted when, 3 points, the number of people who voiced valid points of opposition is 3 times more than those in favor. 2, when the city's policy and zoning interpretations can and have challenged by citizens their valid points of opposition. And 3, important to me mostly, is when citizens are saying to you that they respect the official plans established for the neighborhood and immediate surrounding and expect them to be implemented in good faith. 2 last points, because there is an ethical integrity, because where is the ethical integrity in the city's decision-making when citizens are saying to you and say, other developments on Balsam Street were able to meet zoning bylaw requirements, therefore this proposal should as well. What makes this application so uniquely special that it's above others? Where is the ethical integrity here when citizens
Jeffrey,
like
I'm sorry, I
family,
need to ask you to finish up there.
yes,
So
I have, in good faith, I have put forth building plans to the city of Ottawa on the expectation that the zoning immediately around us would not be changing. Why would I have invested my entire life savings into building a modern 2-story family duplex and rooftop solar panels with south-facing windows if I had known that it would be eclipsed by a 9-story building when one was not reasonably foreseen to injury in the process of our building plans?
sorry, I do have to stick somewhat to the 5-minute rule, and we're well over at this point. So sorry if I could just ask
I know,
for
I
no
tried
outbursts.
to.
Understood. We give everyone 5 minutes, and I go above. I understand your position. We're going to move on. I will not. So does anyone have any questions for the delegation? See none. Thank you very much for your intervention.
Sure.
And I know I've got a couple of questions planned for staff based on the presentation that you've made. So we'll move to the questions for staff. Does anyone have any questions for staff? Just to make sure I'm looking at the front page of.
I have a question, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kelly, please go ahead.
Just in general, I think I've heard a couple times today from some delegates who had submitted comments or questions that perhaps were not included in the report. So I just wanted to get an understanding from staff as to what that process looks like, how you decide which questions or comments are addressed in the report. And, I realize that you get a lot of comments and you can't include all of them. Perhaps that would be a daunting task, but just want to know how that works and what that process entails.
Mr. Chair, we do receive a lot of comments and we do include all the topics that we've received. We don't include the comments verbatim and we keep them anonymous. However, we summarize them by topic of concern. And I did double check because I did see those types of comments being made in today's submissions, just to double check that I had received the comments, and I did. And that the topics covered in those concerns were included in the staff's report.
I see. So individual comments may be left out if another person from the public has made similar comments. You will address the comments, but not include everyone who's made similar or the exact same comments. Okay. That's it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Troster.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your work on this file. I know it can be tough when our neighborhoods are changing and not everybody likes it. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that we need to build hundreds of thousands of homes in the next 10 years. And this is very close to a transit station. This, on its surface meets good planning guidelines as far as I'm concerned. Density is coming and it's coming closer to transit stations. And I think that's ultimately a good thing, but it can be a tough thing. So I'm just interested to hear from staff how you worked with the applicant to address community concerns and to explain the ways that the proposal may have changed to address some of the feedback you received.
Mr. Chair, in response to the councillor's question, this first started off as an 11-story tower. Start over. So this initially started off as an 11-story proposal, and through discussions with staff, obviously that height has decreased. One other point of progress, in my opinion, that was made was increased step backs and variability in heights. So the building isn't necessarily a 9-story sheer wall next to the nearby neighbors. It actually starts off as a 4-story element near the properties closest to this one, and then steps back and gradually makes it up to 9 stories at the top. Additionally, we required that the bicycle parking rate proposed of 1 space per unit be solidified and confirmed in the details of zoning. As you know, the zoning bylaw requires half a space per unit, and in this case, we're going to get 1 space per unit. And some discussions relating to landscaping along the street edges have taken place, and some progress have been made along those lines. If you look at the landscaping plan, you'll see. I believe it's Rochester Street has a lot of trees, and on Balsam Street there's some planters there, but also noting that Balsam Street has the underground garage access as well. And perhaps on the topic of landscaping, another improvement that was made was at the rear of the property, so that the building was pulled back, the rear yard was increased, and part of the rationale was, other than creating that space, was to create space for more tree planting at the back.
That's great. I have a direction to staff. Is now a good time to bring it forward? So I'm convinced that there has been significant change in regard to community. There's some people who just won't want a building and they won't be happy about it, but I do think that community feedback really did make a difference in terms of the built form and some of the setbacks. And it is a dramatic change. I mean, there are tall buildings in Rochester, but they have very generous grass in front of them, just as this the last delegate was saying. So my direction to staff is that staff pursue significant improvements to the streetscapes of Rochester Street and Balsam Street through the site plan approval process, with focus on elements including soil cells for trees, planter boxes, and other soft landscaping elements. Further preference should be given to native and pollinator plants. As you've probably heard me say many times, we have the lowest tree coverage in Somerset Ward. We're at 20% when the goal is 40%. So anything we can do to improve the public realm, to add more greenery, and to improve the street level interaction for this project, I think will be really positive.
Staff willing to accept that direction?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have an active site plan application, and we accept that direction and continue that discussion through the corresponding site plan.
Thank you. Is that it, Councillor Troster? Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. The delegation about the construction noise that may come from this development is quite interesting. And I do remember quite vividly the news stories that came out about the pile driving near that school by Claridge. So do you is there any idea right now, or will that come during site plan, about how that foundation will be dug? Will it be blasted? Will it be pile driven?
Mr. Chair, to answer Councillor's question, the best I can say at the moment is to ensure that or reassure you by saying that the applicant will be subject to the construction noise bylaw and be subject to meet those expectations. However, maybe you can ask them to see if they can come up with creative mitigation measures to reduce noises, but it does fall back on the noise construction bylaw.
Okay, no, ultimately it's not going to benefit me, like it benefits the local residents and the local councillor. But yeah, so further to that, then the construction noise bylaw, what are the hours? Is it 11 p.m. like the regular noise bylaw, or is it is the window a little smaller, like 9 to 5 or something?
Chair, we'd have to confirm and get back to you. I just hesitating because there's a section of the noise bylaw that talks to infill construction, and I'm not sure if it would fall in that category or the broader construction. It's 11 PM otherwise. If it's part of that infill, I believe there's some reduced hours like 9 PM and 7 AM starts and 8 PM changes on Sunday for reduced hours as well.
And then last follow-up question to that is, has that ever been done where, school hours are what, 8 to 2, 8 to 3 maybe? It's been a while, but school hours are something like 8 to 3, maybe 9 to 4 or something. So is it feasible, or do you think it's feasible that this is probably a question for the developer, eh? Oh well. Has it ever been done where that substantial work of digging the foundation takes place from like 4 to 7 PM? It's a smaller window, right? So.
Chair, construction activity is not something that we can enforce and require outside our already approved council bylaws, such as noise and construction. We're happy to bring this conversation to the developer to see if they have any thoughts on additional mitigation or strategies. But ultimately, it's not something we have in hand to enforce if they're constructing in accordance with our bylaws. To go back to your first question on their construction activity, we do have a geotech study that we've already been reviewing as part of the site plan application. There is possibility that they would be doing a combination of hoe ramming and or blasting, depending on the type and size of rocks that they find as they start to excavate. So blasting is likely to occur on this site. And we do have standard conditions to regulate blasting accordingly, and surrounding properties have to go through pre-blast surveys to make sure that there's no pre and post changes to those conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just add on, sorry, before I go back to you, Glenn, a few of us are talking to bylaw about a potential modification to deal with this shore piling situation. It was a noise unlike any that I've experienced, and I've got tower upon tower going up in the ward, 120 decibels at point of reception. It's not the blasting. Blasting is, no one likes it, but it happens next to our schools all the time. We cannot, I don't think, allow this particular shore piling noise, which is at such a high frequency and at such a volume at 120 decibels, to happen during school hours. So it's a slow conversation, but we're looking at potentially modifying the bylaw for that, because if you don't allow it during school years, of course, that's dragging the construction out for a significantly long period of time. So I'm sorry, Councillor Vice Chair Gower, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. One of the delegations raised a concern about an underground stream. Are staff aware of that issue, and can staff comment on that issue?
Mr. Chair, to answer the Vice Chair's question, the question was asked to me or asked me to look into this underground stream, and it was discussed with the engineering project manager, who looked into the geotechnical report and saw no immediate concern related to a stream being present at that location. That being said, any potential cause for concern might be towards the contamination on site, but that would be covered at the site plan stage through the records of site conditions and all of those exercises put in place to monitor that. So there's all that to say, there is no immediate staff concern regarding an underground stream.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So just to be crystal clear, you have no concern, or there's no stream or any type of water source at all. We had this discussion on Kingston Avenue, you might remember, but is there a water source underneath the property in question?
Mr. Chair, the geotechnical report did not flag the existence of an underground stream.
Before this comes to council, I think if members want to satisfy themselves, they could take a look at the DevApp site where presumably there's some geotechnical studies. Yeah. Are there any other questions of staff from members? I don't see any, but I will pose my own. This is an official plan amendment in addition to a zoning bylaw amendment. The report runs through the justification for your recommendation that we modify the official plan, that we modify the zoning as the applicant has asked. But can I just ask? We had a comprehensive presentation at the beginning. There is a report on the table, but can you summarize for us, why is someone allowed to put a 9-story building in an area where even our official plan didn't contemplate putting a 9-story building?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So to start off, under the Planning Act, anyone has a right to make an application to the city, whether it be a zoning bylaw amendment, official plan amendment, site plan. It's our role as city staff to assess that application against our policies and our official plan supporting guidelines, provincial policy statement as well. And we review each application on its own merit. In this particular case, site context and location is key. We viewed this neighborhood designation as being uniquely situated compared to other neighborhoods that have the same designation, limiting height to 4 stories, whereby immediately south of this property along the south end of Balsam, you see heights permitted up to 55 meters, consistent with 18 to 20 stories. But Boo Street is very close proximity, which is a corridor where we see permission for 9 stories. Preston is also 2 blocks to the west with another permission for 9 stories. And then the Corso Italia station, of course, is within 400-meter walking distance. So the layering of policy framework starts off as suggesting 4 stories from a policy point of view. It is in an area characterized by taller buildings, albeit when we interpret that policy, the characterization of taller buildings is supposed to be those buildings found within the neighborhood itself. But this pocket of neighborhood on the south end is unique in that it is completely engulfed by other designations and zoning and policy framework that allow for taller buildings. And that is what was taken into consideration in this particular instance.
Thank you for that summary. That's very helpful. Are there any further questions from members? I don't see any. Is this item carried? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff for your work on that. Thank you, JC. All right, I believe we're moving on to 1081. Yes. So we're going to deal with item 6.2, the zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue. We're going to follow the same basic outline as we did with the development review application that we just dealt with. There are a couple of motions. I am expecting a deferral motion on this item, but I don't expect that we're going to have that on the table until delegations have had a chance to delegate. I'll just remind members and the public, as soon as a motion to defer is made, our debate will move immediately into the merits of deferral rather than the merits of the application, and that will be put to a vote at the conclusion of that debate on deferral. So we don't have that motion in front of us right now. So we'll move ahead with the standard debate format. There is a motion, however, that I would like to put on the table now before there are delegations with respect to adding to the holding zone provision of the application, such that the zoning would not be lifted. The hold on the zoning would not be lifted until a revised cultural heritage impact statement is provided to the satisfaction of the general manager. I believe Vice Chair Gower has that motion.
Yes. Got it there. Thank you. So whereas the report recommends approval for 2 high-rise buildings, and whereas the details of recommended zoning include adding a holding symbol to the property, and whereas the cultural heritage impact statement submitted in support of the application currently omits an assessment on current shadowing analysis. And whereas Agriculture Canada and members of the community have raised concerns regarding the shadowing impacts on the agriculture and research lands on the adjacent Central Experimental Farm, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, document 2, details of recommended zoning, be amended to add the following provision under 3C6 as it relates to the holding symbol. An updated cultural heritage impact statement is provided to the satisfaction of program manager heritage planning that assesses the shadowing impacts, and any recommendations or mitigation shall be incorporated into the site plan control application as appropriate. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. We're going to hear very legitimate concerns about the cultural heritage impact statement and its validity, which this motion is intended to address. And I expect by the time we vote, we'll have explored that issue fairly thoroughly through questions to delegations and presentations. So just for the sake of, or for the aid of my colleagues, I'm anticipating about 14 public delegations after the presentation by staff and after an intervention by the applicant. So with that, I will turn it over to Colette. We're in your hands.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So today, as it says up there, we'll be looking at the zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue. Next slide. So the subject site is located along the north side of Carling Avenue and occupies the entire block between Parkdale Avenue and Hamilton Avenue South. It's currently occupied by a 9-story building containing medical office uses, and surrounding land uses include the Civic Hospital neighborhood, which is characterized generally by low-rise residential buildings to the it's characterized by low-rise residential dwellings. And there's also a city-owned public laneway just to the north of the site. There's also the Ottawa Civic Hospital campus, which includes a 15-story building to the east, a 6-story retirement residence and low-rise dwellings to the west, and the central experimental farm is located to the south of the site across Carling Avenue. The site is currently split zoned. It has an AM2 zone with a height restriction of 11 meters along the northern portion, and along Carling Avenue, it has an AM10 zone with an urban exception.
Agreed. It's difficult to hear. Is it possible to get the volume on that mic lifted, or to provide Colette with something that can be positioned more closely to her?
2 mics. Okay, is this better? Is this better?
That sounds good.
Okay, I will also speak up.
Thank you.
To help. Okay, so next slide. So a quick policy overview. So the subject is designated Main Street corridor on Schedule B2, the interurban transect of the official plan. As you can see on the image on the screen, it's also located in very close proximity to a planned O train station at the intersection of Parkdale Avenue and Carling Avenue. And just to point out, within the interurban transect, along Main Street corridor designations, it's permitted up to 40 stories, subject to appropriate height transitions, angular planes, and building step-ups. Next slide. So a quick overview of the proposed development. It includes 2 towers. The tower on the west side of the site is about where it abuts Hamilton Avenue South is 16 stories, and the east tower abutting Parkdale Avenue is proposed at 27 stories. These 2 buildings contain a combined total of 410 dwelling units, and those units include a mix of different types, from studios to 2-bedroom plus den. A public park is also proposed at the rear of the site. As you can see on the image, it's highlighted in green just north of the east tower. Next slide. And so this is just an image of the heights, so you can get a sense. The west tower is 16 stories, and it has a 4-story podium, and there are step backs at the 5th and 13th stories, where it abuts the existing low-rise residential neighborhood to the north. And then the east tower, which is 27 stories, also has a 4-story podium with step backs at the 5th story and the 10th story, where it abuts the low-rise residential neighborhood to the north. It's also noted that a 20-meter setback has been proposed from all portions of these towers. Specifically with the east tower, there's been a notch placed in the building, which provides a minimum 20-meter setback from the nearest low-rise residential building located at 425 Hamilton Avenue South. Also, the setbacks for this building with the parkland dedication in mind. From the tower portion of the east tower, the setback to the existing public lane is approximately 27 meters. Next slide. So just some general overview of the changes in response to the consultation that took place throughout the development review process. And with regards to consultation, we're referring to both public feedback and technical comments from members of staff and public agencies. So building heights were reduced from 22 and 28 stories to 16 and 27 stories respectively. Podium heights were reduced from 6 stories to 4 stories for both towers. Rear yard setbacks have been increased and adjusted. The east tower has been shifted closer to Carling Avenue. And as I previously mentioned, we've achieved a minimum 20-meter tower setback from the tower portion of both buildings to the abutting low-rise properties to the north. Next slide. And then just some further changes that were made in response to comments received. The tower floor plates have been reduced to meet our high-rise provision requirements of being less than 750 square meters. Tower separation has also been increased from the originally proposed 20 meters to 21 meters, which also meets our high-rise provisions. Bicycle parking has been increased, and we've also reconfigured the garbage / move-in lane that's proposed at the rear of the site. Next slide. So today, staff are recommending that Planning and Housing Committee recommend that council approve the proposed zoning, which would have the effect of rezoning the land to an AM10 zone with an urban exception and a site-specific schedule, as well as a holding symbol, which would permit the proposed development. Next slide. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would have the effect of permitting apartment dwelling high-rise as a use on the site. It would also, through the site-specific schedule, establish setbacks, and maximum building heights. There's also provisions included to permit a minimum drive aisle of 6 meters, whereas 6.7 meters is required. And there are also provisions included to permit an indoor rooftop amenity space in the mechanical house, but the size and height has been limited. Next slide. Yeah, so just to give a quick overview of our planning rationale for this site. So within the interurban transect, the OP does direct that building heights up to 40 stories are permitted along Main Street corridors, where the abutting right-of-way is 30 meters or greater after road windings are taken, and subject to appropriate building heights and transitions and stepbacks and angular planes. In this case, the protected right-of-way along Carling Avenue is 44.5 meters, so this would apply. We've also looked at the 4-story podium and have determined that it is appropriate and provides for transition to the low-rise neighborhood as well as Carling Avenue to the south. Step backs have been utilized in the design of both buildings to create a gradual change in height. The west tower, it does generally conform to the angular plane outlined in the urban or the high-rise design guidelines, but also does meet that 20-meter tower setback that is also outlined. Although the east tower does exceed the angular plane, as I previously mentioned, the minimum 20-meter setback has been implemented through the site-specific schedule. So all portions of the tower, especially the east tower, where it does exceed the angular plane, maintains that 20-meter setback from all abutting low-rise properties to the north. And as directed in our high-rise design guidelines, is generally a way we address transition in emerging downtown districts. So in this case, with the site being in close proximity to a future transit station, we've determined that this would be an appropriate approach. Next slide. As noted by the chair at the beginning of this consideration of this application, there have been some significant concerns regarding shadowing to the central experimental farm received throughout the through the development review process. As a result, staff have taken a closer look at the shadowing impacts to the experimental farm through a policy review of our official plan, as well as reviewing the shadowing impacts based on the City of Ottawa terms of reference for shadow analysis. So the Central Experimental Farm is designated as green space in the new official plan with a sub-designation of open space, and direction with how we deal with it within this green space designation is identified mainly through policy 7.17C as noted in the presentation. And this direction is generally that this open space is not intended for natural heritage protection of the environmental features or for recreation, but is reserved for scientific, educational, and cultural purposes as part of the Capital Green Space Network. And through using this designation and the policy direction, we reviewed the shadowing impacts that were evaluated through both the applicant's shadow study, which was prepared by Hoban Architecture, as well as the shadow studies provided in the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada comments to staff. And we did our analysis based on our terms of reference for shadow analysis. And through this review, it was determined that the new net shadow created by the proposed development does not exceed the criteria established for open spaces. As a result, staff do not have major concerns with the shadowing impact as it stands with the applicable policy framework and the tools available to us, such as the terms of shadow or the terms of reference for shadow analysis. It was determined that it was not creating an undue adverse impact on the farm. Next slide. So yep, that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Colette. The applicant team is here. We'll turn to a presentation from them. And again, I'll just remind the applicants they have 5 minutes to make the presentation and then members of the committee and non-members who are here too will have the opportunity to pose questions. I'll just ask you to introduce yourselves and go ahead with your presentation. Ready to go?
Ready to go. Thank you. Thank you very much, members of the committee. I will be very brief. My name is Miguel Tremblay. I'm a partner at Fotan Consultant. I'm here with Patrick Bisson, Derek Howe from Taggart, and Braden Walker from Taggart. As usual, my intention is not to revisit the staff report and the staff presentation, other than voice our support for the recommendations. And also in this case, I think I'll make a few more general comments, and then Patrick will provide an overview of the building design and how we got here. The 410 unit project of varying unit sizes is a significant and necessary injection of residential density in the interurban area and transect and along Carling Avenue, defined as a Main Street corridor. These units are in line with provincial and municipal commitments to address Ottawa's housing shortage. The site is located near existing transit routes and a proposed transit station at Parkdale, and is in proximity to other residential uses, commercial plazas, employment areas, and institutional uses, including the farm and the Civic Hospital. These Main Street corridors, including Carling Avenue and Baseline Avenue to the south, are strategically identified in the official plan for greater building heights up to 40 stories and corresponding density, of course, subject to an appropriate transition. The area and corridors along the perimeter of the 427-hectare Central Experimental Farm are intended to intensify over time in response to these policies and transit investments and studies. These studies include the TMP, the Baseline BRT EA study, and the 2017 Carling Avenue Transit Priority Measures study. As you will hear from Patrick, the building demonstrates a sensitive and effective transition to the neighborhood to the north with building placement closest to Carling Avenue, appropriate tower separation, appropriate podium height and tower setbacks and step backs in the 20-meter and 27-meter range, enhanced by a new public park and an east-west laneway, providing a buffer to the properties to the north. The site also makes an important and positive contribution to the public realm with a new public park and a Carling Avenue-oriented POPs with that grade building animations. Lastly, I just want to remind the committee to staff's comments that all required studies, including the shadow study, heritage study, and architectural materials were submitted and prepared as per municipal standards and requirements, were reviewed and approved by staff. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. If we can skip ahead one slide, please. So the proposed development proposes 2 towers organized around a central space. Next slide, please. The 2 buildings, as previously mentioned, yield roughly 410 units, ranging from bachelor units to 2 bedrooms and den units. The active pedestrian access points are along Parkdale for the east building and at the south west corner for the west building at the corner of Hamilton and Carling. The parking garage access is on Hamilton towards the traffic barrier. And the ground level features a variety of amenity spaces, along with the conveniently located bike parking facilities for ease of access for those avid cyclists. Next slide, please. So both towers sit on a distinct 4-story podium. These were developed to enrich the pedestrian experience along Carling and Parkdale and Hamilton, while also considering the various urban edge conditions that they interact with. The materiality of the podium was selected to further complement the neighboring urban fabric, while the articulation of the podium served to create an appropriate rhythm and scale to the base of the buildings. As for the main body of the towers, the architectural language seeks a simple yet elegant aesthetic that will complement the Ottawa skyline. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, our current proposal has revised the podium heights to 4-story instead of 6, one that is more consistent with the existing datum along Carling Avenue and more sensitive to the low-rise fabric to the north. We've also increased the building separation between both towers to 21 meters rather than 20 meters. Next slide, please. The central landscape area between both buildings provides an at-grade exterior space, which creates an outdoor living room for the proposed development. The central open space provides a balanced landscaped approach through a variety of hard and soft landscape elements, while contributing to the urban tree canopy. This unique space provides pedestrians and residents an opportunity to wander, to pause, and to interact with each other as they flow through this porous site. Proper interior programming of the ground level uses will be critical to ensure that the central open space remains successfully animated inside and out. Next slide, please.
Yeah, you're out of time. Do you have a final concluding thought?
One last slide. Next slide, please. This view is looking from Parkdale and is helpful in capturing various setbacks that have been incorporated into the building massing to improve the building transition to the north. And one last slide just to finish.
I think I need to cut you off there.
That's okay. We'll leave it there. It's fine. Thanks. Thank you.
All right. Do members of the committee have questions for the applicants? And I'm just going to make my way to the front. Councillor Brockington and then Councillor Lowe.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation this morning. Did Taggart or their consultant meet with anyone from Agriculture Canada to discuss this development proposal, particularly the shadow impacts on the lands used for agricultural research?
There was no direct meetings. There was no direct to the chair. There was no direct meetings, but and I'm actually not the file lead, but I have reviewed all the correspondence. There was direct correspondence with representatives of the farm. There was an exchange in terms of the shadow studies. So there was a dialogue, just more in terms of correspondence and submitted letters.
So just so I'm clear, that was the intent, that Taggart or yourself was in receipt of communication from representatives speaking on behalf of Agriculture Canada?
Yes.
Okay. Many members of this committee have been in receipt of communications as well from representatives of AgCan, and to paraphrase their concerns, they're concerned about the impacts that the shadowing from your eastern tower will have on those lands. They do believe there will be detrimental impacts to those lands, and I just wanted to get Taggart's take on those concerns with respect to this development proposal.
Sorry about this. So in terms of, in terms of the primary aim of your question, Councillor Brockington, the applicant here, Taggart Realty, has been primarily focused on ensuring that we're in compliance with the city policies and procedures with respect to the application. We did work with the planning staff in terms of the circulation list, which is typical for any site, any rezoning application that would go out to all of the interested parties. So from our perspective, we have spent considerable time over the last 2.5 years ensuring that we've been meeting all of the policy requirements and all of the necessary studies, so on and so forth, to satisfy the submission requirements. Thank you. Sorry, Pat.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question, well, two questions. First one is on your third slide in your presentation there. It shows a kind of outlet onto Hamilton Avenue South, north of the traffic barrier. Is that the move-in lane that staff had alluded to? Okay, and then out of context, this question will seem weird, but when do you intend on submitting the site plan if the rezoning was approved today? It'll be in context later. It'll apply to something else later.
Councillor Lowe, do you want me to answer your first question about the traffic?
Sure.
So as part of our discussions with the councillor of the ward, we spent some time investigating the legacy history of what I would call the traffic calming measure on Hamilton Avenue. Much to the surprise of everybody, it was not just, we could not find out the original intent of how and when that traffic calming measure was installed. So in consultation with planning staff and the ward council, we decided that we would park this issue until the site plan stage, simply because we said we are agnostic in terms of where this traffic calming measure is ultimately located. We did take the design consideration that the traffic would be exiting the parking garage, councillor, from the southward direction on Hamilton and not going through the Civic Hospital area. But in terms of the future, currently we have lease commitments in this building until 2028. So our intent would be that I would suggest to you in the next few years, we will revisit the timing of submitting a site plan. But from our internal projection, our best guess for starting a project at the site are approximately 5 years from now. So perhaps 3.5 years from today, we may start the site plan process.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Do any other members have questions for the applicants? I have some otherwise. So my understanding is the cultural heritage impact study that your consultant provided is inaccurate. Do you agree that it is inaccurate, that it says there is no impact from shadow on the farm, when in fact there is an impact from shadow on the farm?
I can start off if you want, but I wouldn't use the word inaccurate. There was 2 versions of that cultural heritage impact statement. There are ongoing comments from the Central Experimental Farm, so we are happy to take the opportunity to update the cultural heritage impact statement in response to those if it gives the committee and staff additional comfort. I'd like to speak to your motion just very briefly if you'll entertain my comments.
Yeah, so that's my question was going to be
I'd like to offer a compromise potentially, in that our heritage consultant, John Stewart, is aware of the intentions of having that cultural heritage impact statement updated, and has advised that he could do it by Friday, which would allow staff to review and provide direction to council before the August 23rd council meeting. You've heard from Mr. Howe that they've been at this for 2.5 years. There is some interest in closing the loop, especially that unlike the traffic measures, the content of the cultural heritage impact statement, which could be of importance to council. So we could commit to Friday if staff can commit to having at least some direction to council. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give that some consideration. I expect that I will continue to ask my colleagues to support the motion that's on the table to maintain a holding zone pending the submission of a updated cultural heritage impact statement. But if by council we have a CHIS that has been broadly available for public input, we can reverse that motion just as easily as we do it here today. So I anticipate asking my colleagues to continue to support that motion. So that and that was where my question areas for you was with respect to that cultural heritage impact statement. You, if I understand properly, you accept that there are shadow impacts on the farm, but that your heritage expert continues to feel that those are not undue impacts to the cultural value of that heritage.
That's a correct statement. Yes.
Okay. I don't see any other questions from members. Thank you very much to the applicant team for making a presentation. You're good? You want to withdraw? With the will of committee, my understanding is that we can very quickly dispense with the Deschâtelet. Councillor Menard, what's the latest?
Thank you very much, Chair. So in the course of this time, ourselves and the developer applicant has come to a conclusion on it based on the motion that was circulated to committee. So there's an agreement there that staff have agreed to put into the site plan considerations. So if with the will of committee, happy to pull that item off the agenda because that agreement has been reached.
So you are giving staff delegated authority back?
That's correct,
So,
with their adherence to the motion that was tabled earlier today.
So that item is now moot, and we won't be dealing with it any further today. Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Good work. So back to the issue at hand, 1081 Carling, public delegations. Leslie, your first. Sorry. So he has given delegated authority for the Deschâtelet site plan back to staff. So it is no longer an item with which this committee needs to be seized. It has nothing to do with 1081. By doing it now, staff who are involved in the Deschâtelet can get back to their regularly scheduled program. Leslie, I apologize. You are no stranger to the committee, obviously. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Leeper, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking to you on behalf of Heritage Ottawa, and I will be speaking about the impacts of this development on the Central Experimental Farm, National Historic Site of Canada. Heritage Ottawa would like to make 2 recommendations, which in fact I think align very well with what I judge to be the mood at the moment. We would like to ask that approval of this development be deferred until the city can sit down with Agriculture Canada and determine how impacts to the farm can be mitigated, whether they're shadow impacts, wind impacts going forward. Certainly they and certainly Heritage Ottawa recognizes that development is going to go forward. We ask for this deferral for 2 reasons. One, for the impact to the heritage resources of the farm. The experimental plots, which are exactly across the street, are a significant reason for the designation of the farm as a National Historic Site. And if these experimental plots are rendered useless, then you have to say, well, what was the point of the designation? The other reason we would like to see this deferred is this designation, this National Historic Site is one of those unique places, it is unique, where heritage values align very closely with social and cultural and environmental values. In the staff report, there was understandably an emphasis on this site as a green space. Green space, in our understanding of the City of Ottawa's understanding, is a place that is open to public access and use. While that is true of much of the farm, this is not true of the experimental fields, which are meant to be off limits to public engagement, and no, people are not supposed to be walking their dogs through the experimental fields. I would encourage the City of Ottawa to follow its own direction and use the climate change master plan of the City of Ottawa in a more robust manner. The City of Ottawa master plan refers to, and I quote, mitigating the effects of growth on land consumption, protect lands having agriculture and ecological importance. Please use your own metric for judging impacts. And I think after this summer, we can all embrace that fact in our lives. The staff report, our second recommendation touches on going forward that the official plan statement with respect to the farm tends to focus on it as a green space, as we've just discussed, and also as a heritage site. But I hope I've made the point that as a heritage site, it also is a site of scientific and environmental value. So I would ask also that there be an amendment to the statement in the official plan that identifies the research value of the farm as an important element that must be protected from any development in its proximity going forward. Yes, Heritage Ottawa is very cognizant of the fact that we do need more housing. This isn't an either or, we need both. And in the case of the farm, the Central Experimental Farm, specifically these research fields, have been used to study impact of climate change on agriculture for the last 40 years. Yes, indeed, they saw this coming and we weren't listening. So going forward, all Canadians need the research that is being done at the Central Experimental Farm. And I thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maitland. I don't see any questions from members. We can't proactively change the official plan. I'm sorry, I'm not a lawyer. Tim, the clergy principle, I believe, means that the developer has an expectation that we will evaluate the application that's in front of us according to the regulatory framework that's in place at the time the application is deemed complete. So we can't amend the official plan in such a way as to provide grounds. But I'm looking for the cultural heritage impact statement. If there is an undue impact on the cultural heritage, that provides this committee with grounds potentially to refuse it. Can you help me narrow in on what that mechanism, what that threshold is that you feel is violated by this application?
The cultural heritage impact statement came out in October of 2022. Subsequently, Agriculture Canada provided an updated impact study, updated shadow impact study that appeared in April 2023. Even based upon the statement made in the cultural heritage impact statement of 2022, there was not an appreciation that there was impact. This is a professional disagreement. I will be frank about that.
Yeah.
That the impact of on the research lands was significant. I maintain that it is. And certainly in light of the Ag Canada Shadow Impact Study of 2023, which is a more robust study, more refined, and also more site-specific, I think there is clearly an opportunity for all of us to push pause and review this material.
The shadow impact, so I certainly don't disagree that there is a shadow impact. I've written thousands of public words on this and will probably end up writing more. There is a shadow impact, but Agriculture Canada, have they asserted a heritage impact, or Have they asserted a heritage impact?
They have asserted an impact upon the scientific values, but the scientific values are one of the reasons for which the site was designated as a National Historic Site. They're overlapping values,
Yeah, so
not
Heritage
in
Ottawa,
opposition to each other. Yeah.
yes, so Heritage Ottawa then sees that a shadow impact to the scientific value of the farm is an impact to the and forgive me, I always get lost in some of the terminology, but there is a value that has been described in the cultural heritage designation that you feel has been impacted because
Yes.
there was shadow impact.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure that, you know, my committee members are aware of that. And obviously I think we're going to hear that in a revised cultural heritage impact statement, we're going to hear that professional disagreement with respect to what the shadow impact implies for heritage value.
Yes, and I hope there will be an opportunity for input into the revised cultural heritage impact statement. I doubt if that could happen by Friday.
I'm sitting here noodling that. I take that to heart. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so we'll move on to our next public delegation, which is Karen Wright, who is president of the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. The members of the CHNA who are joining us are three separate presentations, but obviously thematically linked, so feel free to take a seat. We'll hear first from Karen, and then from Tanis, and then from Luann. Have I got that? I'm in your hands. Just hit the button.
There we go. Councillor Leaper, if there be an opportunity to have a few moments to address the recent motion that was proposed, or suggestion of, or maybe the question could be asked of us, what our views are of the recent notion to file a revised cultural heritage impact statement by the applicant by Friday. I would like to have a moment to answer that question.
In your 5 minutes, you'll have the opportunity to address.
Okay, in my 5 minutes, or if anyone wants to ask me that question.
Or if anyone wants to ask that question.
That would be a nice opportunity for me to answer it if my 5 minutes are tight.
All right, we're going to start the clock.
Okay. CHNA, one thing to start off this discussion, CHNA wants to make it clear that we support intensification. 1081 is a site that should be intensified. However, it must be a smart and responsible intensification, not intensification without limits. This is a unique site. This is not a site like you'll see everywhere. It's a unique site because it is across from a nationally designated heritage site. So this is a unique spot. And there's two problems with this current proposal that make it so that it doesn't follow the framework or the spirit of the official plan. The first issue is that it lacks adequate transition to the adjacent low-rise community. And number two, it has serious negative impact on the central experimental farm. Now, this was established by a recent shadow study and a letter that was produced by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, which we've all been hearing about. This is the only official statement that it's out there, and it clearly suggests that there is impact. We take the position that this comprehensive study has not been fully or properly examined, and it must be. And we also take the position that any motion must take into consideration that any cultural heritage impact statement will have to be evaluated. It's not just merely a procedure filing an amended version. It will have to have the time to be properly evaluated and evaluated against what was produced by scientists from the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. So it's not merely a step of here's another version. It has to be properly evaluated against what's been stated by the farm, which is the official spokesperson for the farm. Next slide, please. So moving on to the first issue as to why the proposal does not achieve adequate transition. There's two key policies within the new official plan that are triggered. Section 5.2.32A requires three ways in which adequate transition is met by height transition, setbacks, and angular plane. And it's where the parcel of land is sufficient to allow such of a size of a building. And number 2, policy 4.6.1 states that transition and building heights shall be designed in accordance with applicable design guidelines. So where do we find the design guidelines? Next slide, please. Figure 15 here depicts and is pulled directly from the new official plan, and it provides graphic explanation as to what is meant by angular plane. And it states and depicts 45 degrees. We're not suggesting, never have, that this is a strict mandated number that has to be achieved. What we're saying is it's a guideline. Next slide, please. If we look at the next slide, here is an actual depiction of the 1081 Carling site East Tower. The red line indicates where the angular plane is, and the green line indicates where that 45-degree guideline is. You'll notice a huge discrepancy. The huge discrepancy is because the proposed East Tower is at a 70-degree angular plane. This is nowhere near a 45-degree angular plane. It's nowhere near the framework or the guideline that's proposed. Simply put, the proposal is too big for the site. And this is consistent with what was found by the Urban Design Review Panel. That was their suggestion. They said this is more appropriate for a 1-tower site. However, if it is 2 towers, it has to be lowered. Next slide, please. The next slide, this is a graphic depiction, and it's for 3 comparable sites that are current proposals or proposals that you'll see coming down the line. We have 1705 Carling that's found in the top left-hand corner, and this has a floor space index of 2.4. We have 1655 Carling and has a floor space of 3.6. And we have the recent Montreal Road development, and it has a floor space index of 4.9. So where does this current 1081 Carling floor space index land at? 8. That's nearly double the size of these comparable lots in comparable types of neighborhoods. So what does this mean? This site is overbuilt. This proposal is overbuilt. Next slide, please. I think that I'm just going to briefly touch this. What we can say about the Montreal OLT decision is it's very different. There was 1 tower, and we have 2 towers, and the floor FSI was lower, and it encourages the planning committee and planners to look at different tools in the toolkit. Next slide, please. With the conclusion on the issue of transition is that this current proposal does not meet adequate transition. A tower height of 27 stories on this small lot cannot adequately transition into a residential community. No degree of step back or setback can overcome an angular plane of 70 degrees in order for it to fit into this small lot. So yes, we've seen there has been a 20-meter setback. However, let's keep in mind that it has not impacted the angular plane. And 2 small points, in the 3rd submission, the ground floor area went up by 468 meters, and the applicant increased the tower of these by 2 stories. So yeah, there were some changes, but there was also a huge, there was an increase to flare FSI and height.
Thank you very much. I think the committee is probably wants to ask questions all at once,
Sure.
since the 3 are linked. Is that okay with the committee?
Yeah,
So-
we can come back to the mic if needed.
Let's roll into, and I'm sorry, I lost track again. Karen, are you next?
Karen, yeah.
Karen Wright, President of the CHNA.
Okay, thank you. The next slide, please. So our second major issue is, of course, the negative impact on the Central Experimental Farm, which we've been talking about this morning. So as you know, the CEF is a National Historic Site and Cultural Landscape. Next slide, please. As was required, the applicant provided a cultural heritage impact statement in October of 2022, and the conclusion was there was no impact on the Central Experimental Farm. However, in April of this year, the Agricultural and Agri-Food Canada sent a formal letter of concern referencing their extensive shadow study, saying that it has a significant risk for the field and jeopardizes the agricultural science, integrity. Following that, they did provide some additional studies, which we'll talk about a bit later, but in that it shows that as you reduce tower height, obviously the negative impact does get reduced. Next slide, please. Actually, I'm going to skip this slide and move on to the one following. So this is a clip from the heritage impact statement provided by the applicant. And the first point they are looking at, does it protect the historic and ongoing agricultural research functions are safeguarded and maintained? On the right-hand side, it says no impacts. Later, you'll see also highlighted a sufficiently large area to carry out and support the scientific research function is maintained. Again, no impact. We'll talk about that in a moment. Also want to point out in the upper right-hand corner, this statement refers to a 16 and 25 story application, which was the second version of this application, not the one that is before you, that is 27 stories. So they don't match this application. Next slide, please. This is just a copy. I think at this point, hopefully you all have one of the letter of formal concern from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada saying there's significant risk to their research fields. If you go to the next page, you'll see it was signed by 2 Director Generals from Agriculture, Agri-Food Canada, and these are certainly the experts with proper standing to make determination of what is a negative impact to the farm. The next page, please. It's just an excerpt from a letter we received recently from our Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, MP Yasser Naqvi, stating that the shadow study clearly demonstrates the construction of high-rise buildings at this address will lead to more than 100,000 minutes of sunlight lost per year and will make the research lands southeast of the towers unusable for most field experiments. Next page, please. So why the discrepancy? So the applicant's study was for shadow study, followed 5 dates, 5 different times, maxing out at 8 p.m. from May to September of 2021. The agricultural study was more robust, doing 1-minute intervals, sunrise to sunset, over a full year. So it's more comprehensive and more accurately shows the impact on research fields. So research fields, as Heritage Ottawa has said, are not public spaces. So the term of reference for shadow analysis for public spaces is not adequate for this special location. Next slide, please. So in the letter of concern, the shadow impacts were articulated by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. The lands within 200 meters of the apartments will have their yearly sun reduced by 12%, which is astounding, according to them. It also impacts the greenhouse located within 400 meters and will have reduced efficiency. And the most devastating effect is the increased variability in sunlight caused by differential shading of the fields throughout the growing season. Next page, please. And they actually want you to know what part of the farm is impacted. So it's the land south of Carling to the driveway east of Ash Lane would not be usable for research lands. And I'm going to show you that pictorially. Next page, please. So this is a picture of the farm, and the research fields are all in yellow. And if you go to the next slide, I've highlighted the area that will be impacted and will be considered unusable, no longer viable for research, and that's approximately 28 hectares. This is more or less the same location and size of property that was going to be negatively impacted when the Civic Hospital was being considered to move to the agricultural lands. So that's an important consideration because it wasn't acceptable then, and I'm not sure why we would consider it acceptable now to make those lands unusable. Next page, please. So you really are guided by the official plan and the provincial policy when it comes to heritage. So the official plan, section 4.5.2, and the provincial policy statements 2020. So in the official plan, the requirements are to conserve cultural heritage value and attributes of heritage properties. And on page 1416 of our written application, you'll see that the provincial policy statement 2020 requires protection for cultural heritage landscapes and says developments must be demonstrated that heritage attributes are conserved. And the final page, please, for my part. The proposed, oh, sorry.
You're out of time, Karen.
Oh,
if you have,
okay.
Yeah.
Can I do my last slide?
If it's a full slide, no,
The next one,
but maybe,
I can skip that and just do this.
yeah, so we'll talk more about shadowing through the questions, I'm sure. Luann, you're up.
I will ask Luann
I'll
to take
pick up
over. Thank
from
you.
Karen's last slide on this important issue that the farm report directly contradicts the findings of the cultural impact study, which, as we said several times, is incorrect. The shadow studies, the cultural impact considers only the value of the buildings, but not the cultural heritage landscape per se, which the provincial policy statement provides must be conserved by planning decisions. So should the city disagree that more analysis is required, we maintain that there is sufficient evidence that the proposal does not meet the policies in section 4.5.2. So the CHNA requests that the committee not make a decision on this application until after the farm concerns and comprehensive studies are properly evaluated. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we'll just reiterate that we do support smart and intensive, responsible intensification at the site, but not without limits. And we believe that there is room for both the significant intensification on the site and at the same time respecting and protecting the research lands of the farm. And we're asking for that balance. So currently the proposal does not achieve the balance since, as we've said, it lacks adequate transition and it impacts the farm. So we are requesting that the application be in its current form be refused. The application lacks adequate transition. The official plan provides for the step back, setbacks, and an angular plane approaching 45 degrees, but that can create adequate transition. However, on this site, at the height of 27 stories, that angular plane cannot be respected. It's too close to 70 degrees versus closer to 45 degrees. The site is simply not large enough. And so you've heard that the research lands at the southeast part of the farm will be at risk for over 100,000 minutes of deprived sunlight. It's the devastating effect more so is the increased variability in the sunlight caused by the differential shading of the fields. Alternatively, we are asking to only approve the rezoning with a reduction in height and improve setbacks of the east tower. That's the only solution that addresses both the cultural heritage impact policies and the neighborhood transition policies in the official plan. And thirdly, alternatively, as we've heard many times today, CHNA requests a pause for the same reasons you've been hearing over and over. The timeline depicted briefly in slide 10, we'll share our slides with you, illustrates the disconnect between the cultural impact statement and the agriculture report. So as this is the first application on Carling that overlooks the farm, this approval will set a precedent if approved at 27 stories. It'll be the standard that other developers will look to. The analysis provided by the scientific experts at the farm highlights that if this happens along Carling and the other adjacent streets, shadowing impacts will be significant, and over time, bit by bit, will compromise the farm's ability to do its research work, more or less. And we'd just like to reiterate as well that we'd like the opportunity to review any revised CHIS and have that shared with our community. So thank you. You can take questions, Jeff.
Thank you very much. The first councillor with questions for you is Councillor Brockington.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you to the three of you. A+ presentation. You've certainly done your homework. We're not just talking really today, we're not just talking about this proposal, 1081 Carling with respect to shadowing. There's another big development in Councillor Devine's ward, bordering River Ward on the south side, that's going to come up. In River Ward, I look at the baseline corridor, all the homes on the south side in River Ward, and then on the other side of Fisher, all the homes in Councillor Devine's ward that we know over time will be developed. We know in the Carling corridor itself, won't be the only development. When the Civic Hospital gets torn down, there are going to be towers there that are going to have shadow impacts. When the final phase of the Central Park development between the two Central Park drives get built, there are going to be towers that have shadowing impacts. So today is the first test for this committee to wrestle with shadowing on the experimental farm lands. Yes, there are some towers on Fisher now that were built decades ago, but since I've been here for 9 years, we've never had a development application that's put us in this position. We've talked about ceding land, but we haven't talked about shadowing, so it's very important. So I'm going to ask you, why is it so important? You've touched upon this, you've quoted the experts at Agriculture Canada, but why does the Community Association believe council needs to wrestle with the question of shadowing on agriculture and research lands?
Well, certainly there's a responsibility due to the official plan and the provincial policy statement to conserve a special heritage location and landscape such as the Central Experimental Farm. And additionally, it is a unique aspect and beloved in Ottawa. It's what makes Ottawa, Ottawa. So if we chip away at this special property and render it useless, will the federal government simply have to fold their tents and, death by 1,000 cuts? The farm will slowly disappear. And in 10 years from now, everyone will say, what happened? Why are they leaving? Why is it not what it was? By neglect, we may lose this special piece of the city. It's important to local residents, but it's important across the city. This is not just a Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association beloved asset. This is a city asset and an important one to protect.
And if I could just mildly add to that, this is an opportunity for City Council to have a vision. It's a vision of what you want for this farm, what you want for around this farm. And this is the start, as Councillor Brockington correctly noted, this is the first of many to come. So this isn't an isolated, this is a unique proposal. This impacts broadly, and this allows you to have an impact on your vision for your city and for what you want to see of the farm and around it. Intensification will happen and it should happen. But as we'll see later on and by some other presentations, there's ways to ensure that the farm is protected and you still have intensification around it. This is your opportunity, your chance as councillors and as cities to really, really impact and protect at the same time while respecting the push for intensification.
Thank you very much. Do any other members have questions for any of the members of the CHNA? Tanis, you wanted to comment on, okay. You wanted to be asked about the appropriateness of a CHIS that is submitted within days. Do you think that gives people enough time to study that statement?
No, I don't. I think that that's exactly the concern that we've raised and that we've indicated. It's not just about a filing, and that's the same concern I would have both on a motion to push this to cite as well. It's not simply an administrative process of a refiling of an amended CHIS, which is pushed through and handed to the city and a box is clicked. That's the concern that we've had from the beginning. There has to be a proper evaluation that's engaging the right departments such as heritage within the city, scientists and experts. Now, I'm not a PhD scientist. The people that did the study for Agriculture Canada are, and that study needs to be properly evaluated. So, that's what I want to ensure is clear, is that this isn't just an administrative box where the applicant just gets another study and files it. Oh, they filed another study. It has to be properly evaluated against what was produced by the stakeholder, particularly the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. And time needs to be allowed for that to happen properly. And as my counterpart has mentioned, engagement with stakeholders such as our community, I think, is very important and valid in that process of evaluation.
Okay, and I'll ask staff sorry, that question I guess functionally was posed by Councillor Troster. Back up. Oh, okay. So I also have questions about the numbers. So you indicated in the presentation that you put forward that there was something like a 12%, 100,000 minute reduction of light. And thus we should reduce the height of the towers. I don't know how many members of the committee have read in full my analysis of the shadow study, but I wanted to see if we're on the same page with what the impacts are. There is a spot in the field that is just that within that 200 meters of the Carling Parkdale spot, there is a spot where the 27/16 story proposal would put that in shadow for 25,304 minutes out of every year. There are 260,000 minutes of sunshine in Ottawa during the growing season. And I'm taking those numbers. I don't know that off the top of my head. The Agriculture Canada letter put that in there. 2 16-story towers. So that's 26,187 minutes, according to Agriculture Canada's study, out of 260,000 that would be in shadow as a result of putting the 26 or the 27-story tower in there. If you drop those to 2 16-story towers, you gain 883 minutes of sun. If you drop it to 9 stories, so 2 9-story buildings there would shadow that research field for 17,905 minutes out of the 260,000 growing season. Do you agree with my math there?
I suspect my colleague and I are going to say the same thing. None of us, we're lay people, and you're a smart fellow, Jeff. However, with respect, I think this really is something that we need the experts in the room talking to each other rather than us as lay people trying to do the best to understand this. This is pretty heady stuff, and those reports are very deep. And so I wouldn't want us to comment on it. And I think I would certainly encourage the council to have the experts have that discussion. What is the real impact? What happens when we lower it? To find that balance between intensification and protection.
Right. And just to add to Karen, I think those are good questions. And this is exactly the point of why we want to pause to evaluate those exact questions and have the experts analyze that. And as a farmer's daughter, I do know that certain crops need less sunlight, some do need more. I don't know what they're growing there. That's part of the reason why it has to be properly evaluated by people who are trained to do that. It's time to make answer those questions and ask those questions.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Are there, before I go on to the next delegation, are there any other questions of this delegation? Seeing none, we will move on to. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation today.
Thank you.
Bill Gregg. Architecture and planning profession. Is Bill here or there he is. And as we approach noon, I don't think we're going to make our way through the entire delegation list before I ask for a 20-minute break or so to let people grab bathroom break and something to eat. Bill, when we start the clock, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. Okay. Oh, thank you.
I'm concerned about this in a more global fashion or municipal fashion. So the first thing is, why is the zoning location important to Ottawa? And we've heard a number of things already, but the east end of Carling Avenue is significant to the character of the city and should be considered in a broader context. Individual approvals set precedents and are cumulative, sometimes providing unintended consequences. And thoroughly applied and balanced urban design and planning refines the character of a city, defines the character of a city and its memorable places. Next, please. Next slide. The eastern portion of Carling Avenue is primarily open, one-sided, non-commercial, and characterized by national and civic institutional uses. The open fields, research lands, proximity to scenic driveways, and historic locations are strong influences. The built form along the northern edge reinforces the street edge divide with mid-rise buildings parallel to Carling. Next. The projected transitway along Carling Avenue, redevelopment of the existing Civic Hospital campus as shown in orange, and several lots similar in size and use to 1081 Carling shown in purple on the north side of the street are locations for change. Obviously, a street edge in flux. Next. This is an aerial view of the site. The northern Carling Avenue edge today as it exists. Next. This is a computer model of that site in its existing situation. This time is 7 p.m. mid-June. Next. This is the proposal of 16 and 27-story towers that are added to the model. The time of day is the same. Next. If we were to add towers that are following the same precedent at the corner of Holland and Carling, this is what we'd get. This is inserted at the same time of day. And to complete the scenario is filling in the lots that were identified with similar buildings. So the Civic Hospital campus would be infilled with towers, as well as any of the properties to the east. Now let's have a look at the ground level view. Next. This is a photo of Carling and Holland looking east. Next. This is a model of the same intersection, same as it exists today. This is 1081 towers massing added to that model. Next. Thank you. Next. Now we're going to add the Holland Carling massing, and this is what we get. Next. And finally, this is the completion of that street edge. The 3D model shows all sites built using the same precedent. Now, you could say this is pure conjecture, and you may be right. However, tower high-rise housing is being built rapidly throughout our inner urban area. One example is at the north end of Parkdale Avenue. Next. This is Parkdale Avenue, 2009. Single-sided street facing a campus not exactly alike, but similar to the rezoning application. And in 2009, it was a mix of buildings, narrow pedestrian spaces defined by an uninspired road. Next. This is how the same view today, this spring, 2023, a massive addition of residential units and more coming out of the ground in the backgrounds. Next. Now we have positioned ourselves at the other end of Scott Street, looking north towards the Ottawa River. Housing has been added, but service amenities, human-scale pedestrian spaces, and landscaping have not been included to support this new density. Next. In conclusion, this is a special location in our city, a national historic site, a central experimental farm, an arboretum, parkways, etc., with both development pressures and opportunities with the redevelopment of the Civic Hospital and the projected transitway. The new buildings should be scaled to their context. The streetscape which defines this edge should benefit both the municipality, its inhabitants, and reinforce our national treasures. It should be a complete and balanced application of how the goals of our new official plan can be implemented. The 1081 proposal needs further refinement. So I've just got two last slides quickly. Next. This is sort of an example of
Bill, you are over time. If you could make it
Okay,
very quick,
okay.
just a thought.
New York City, Central Park, making individual decisions. It looks like a bunch of people hanging over a green space. Next slide. This is Hyde Park in London, which I think is more appropriate. The edge, the scale of the street is harmonizes with the open space. It's a balance between transition, open space, and density. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I have to say, we receive a lot of renderings and illustrations from a lot of community associations, and yours are always spectacular and credible. I really enjoy receiving, I trust the diagrams that you're showing us. Do members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Gregg? See none. Bill, thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
We're going to ask Carolyn Brown, who has a presentation, and then I can preview that we are going to take 15, 20 minutes, use the washroom, grab something to eat before we come back for the remainder of the delegations.
Ms. Crozier, you have the videos right?
Pardon me, sorry, Carolyn?
There are videos, video clips. Are they ready?
Oh, sorry, there's a video? Okay, yeah.
There's 2 video clips.
No, right.
Okay. And the PowerPoint. Please play the video without sound. I'm going to talk over it. Yeah, I'll talk over it. So we'll start with the PowerPoint, and I'll indicate when to start the video. There's 2 videos. I always got to make it complicated. Like multimedia. Okay. Hello, I'm Carolyn Brown. I live near the proposal, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I just want to acquaint the committee with some of the traffic issues that we as residents deal with every day, how the proposal will affect them, in the fond hope that some of these will be addressed during the site plan. Currently, next slide, please. There's a busy parking lot at 1081 Carling, which has a steady stream of traffic throughout the day via a small side street, Hamilton, but almost no traffic after 5 p.m. and on weekends. The proposal includes 340 residents' vehicles, which would lead to traffic at all times and mainly at rush hours. So it's a change in the traffic pattern. Next slide, please. The proposal will add to a congestion problem on Parkdale, Carling, and side streets. Why is there a current problem? Traffic tends to cut through the neighborhood between the Carling-Holland intersection and the Parkdale-Queensway intersection, and resident vehicles will add to this, again, particularly at rush hour. First video, please. And I thought I'd show you this rather than just telling you this. Just run, yeah, just run. Yeah. Okay. Vehicles leaving 1081 Carling must take Carling westbound, which creates a dilemma if they need to go eastbound. So at the corner, you have an option. You can cross 3 lanes of traffic and get a difficult U-turn at Carling and Holland. But more commonly, vehicles go around the block. The next street, Hinton, is closed to traffic, so vehicles turn right on Holland.
I might need a little extra time because this video is kind of running slowly. Then vehicles turn right on Englewood Place. Get there. In the traffic impact assessment in the proposal, this street is missing from the area road network, the list of intersections, and the diagrams of the roads in the area, but it is the most heavily used road. The proposal includes a truck route that would go through these streets to a service lane on the north side of the barrier on Hamilton Avenue. And there was a question earlier about the history of that barrier on Hamilton Avenue. I have a neighbor who could address that for you. He was involved in it in the 80s. Currently, you'll notice that the side streets are narrow and during the winter are often effectively one lane. There is concern currently about the traffic in the neighborhood during the weekdays because there are a lot of seniors and children who walk in the neighborhood. There is a seniors residence across the street from 1081 Carly. Now you get to the corner of Englewood and Parkdale and you will notice there is a stop sign in one direction and traffic lights in the other direction, which creates confusion for pedestrians and drivers. That is also the ambulance entrance for the Civic Hospital. The Civic Hospital will be moving, but it's still an ambulance route along Carling and Parkdale. And then you can get your eastbound turn on Carling. Now, I'm not going to play the other video because I'm running out of time. It ran about twice as long as it should have, okay? But vehicles going to 1081 Carling from Carling eastbound must then either turn left on Holland and take the route shown in the previous video or make a U-turn on Parkdale. There is a neighborhood management strategy for the new Civic Hospital, which is intended to reduce traffic cutting through the neighborhood, but this proposal goes in the opposite direction. Next slide, please. This is where the proposed truck access lane will be, north of a traffic barrier on Hamilton Avenue. Next slide, please. In the official plan, Carling is a Main Street corridor, and the plan says development should provide easy pedestrian access to a rapid transit station or a frequent bus route leading to a station now or in the future. An LRT on Carling is planned, as we saw, with a station at Parkdale and Carling, but the date for this is unclear. Currently, for transit, residents can take buses to the Tunney's Pasture or the Dow's Lake LRT stations, but outside of rush hour, these buses are infrequent. Next slide. That's it. Any questions?
That's my job. Are there any questions?
I see Councillor Lowe has questions for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the video. The winter really is coming soon. So in the staff report, one of the recommendations is to add a holding symbol to the development until that barrier on Hamilton Avenue South, I think, gets addressed, whether it's moved or whatever. Does that at least partially address some of those concerns? Like I know with the way the Hamilton Avenue is set up with the median on Carling, like they're still going to do the, circulation through Englewood. But at least that way the entering traffic is kind of kept off Englewood and that little bit of Hamilton.
I must admit, I'm big on problems and short on solutions today. There needs to be a look at the entire traffic flow situation and what the best way would be to get the traffic in and out of that, of both the access road for the trucks and the underground parking garage for the residences. And I don't think the traffic barrier alone is part of the issue. There's a whole bunch of other things, and what should be done with the traffic barrier, I think, is a question that has to be seen in a bigger context of how to get the traffic moving more smoothly.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for members? You can look online, seeing none. So thank you very much for your presentation, Carolyn. And folks, we're going to recess for 20 minutes. Just grab yourselves a lunch. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more delegations before we get to questions of staff. So a while yet on this file. And then we also have some policy presentation or discussion with staff as well. Thank you, everyone. If Councillor Curry or Kitts turns on their camera, or if Councillor Troster takes her seat, we'll get underway. Or Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kavanaugh has taken her seat. Do we have quorum, committee coordinator? We have quorum. We're going to resume the meeting. So after Carolyn Brown, we have not seen Janet Har-Roberts. Janet, are you online? No. So what I'm going to do is allow Janet the opportunity to alert us that she's available, but otherwise skip through to Paul Johannes, Green Space Alliance. Paul, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for having me today on this topic. I'm here to represent the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital. We're very concerned with the long-term preservation of the farm. The Central Experimental Farm is valued as green space for sure. It's a major urban green space, but it's also valued for its history, its heritage. It's been around since 1886. It's the second oldest experimental farm in the world. And the green space it provides to local residents, to city residents overall, and the ecosystem services it provides to the community are very valuable. And bonus in a way, all of it, it's also a workplace. It's a research station. It's a place where scientists perform scientific experiments on fields, which is their lab, basically. And so it combines all those things. That's why it's such a unique package of things, and it's worth preserving, in our opinion, in the long term. It really should be part of Ottawa's future in as much as it's been part of Ottawa's past. So this is, the reason we still have the farm, the reason it's still been, it's been preserved all this time. Yeah, green space is great, but it's not because if we were defending it as green space, it had been lost a long time ago. Heritage is very important, but if it was only the heritage, again, I think it would be much less than what it is today. The reason we still have it is because of the research program, is because of its research mission. It still produces valuable, new, innovative research for Canadian farming across the country. And that's why it's still there. And so that's why any threat, any impact, any reduction of that research program, that research activity, constitutes a threat to its long-term, to the preservation of the farm, because it takes away the basic rationale for even having it there. 10 years ago, we were fighting the hospital issue. They were going to be building the new campus of the Ottawa Hospital right there on those research fields. And we fought that, and the community fought that. And basically, it was moved because it did threaten the long-term preservation of the farm. Today, we're faced with another threat, something that we really hadn't really anticipated. I have to admit, when I first looked at the reports, I was going to, but I'm shadowing. Oh, well, shadowing. That happens all the time with high rises. What's this about? But looking into the reports more deeply, then you kind of realize, well, wait a second, this shadowing is in fact going to be taking basically the same chunk of land out of research use. It'll make it unusable for research purposes, and basically, incur as much damage to the research program of the farm as if the hospital campus had been built right there. So it's a huge issue. It's important to clearly understand that impact, because it's not immediately apparent, but if you're running scientific experiments on the field, you're comparing, say, something you've done here to something you've done there. You want to control all the variables around your around your experiment. And right now, you're doing it, and you've got full sun all the time, so that's controlled for. With the shadowing that's being produced by this project, what happens is that there's variable shadow at different times at all throughout the day. And so now you're no longer controlling for that important variable in your experiment. That's what makes them unusable. So it's not really the extent. It's not the 100,000 minutes, 10,000 minutes, whatever. That's already hard math. It's just this issue that you can't control for this most important input to your experiment, which is the amount of sunlight that your plots are getting. And I'm sure, I think we'll have other scientists, I'm not a scientist. I'm sure scientists will speak to that, if they're given the opportunity. So it is a big problem. It's a huge problem. And it comes down to the shadowing, and it's compounded really if we have projects happening elsewhere all around the perimeter of the farm. It'll need to be dealt with. The big problem we have with this particular application is that the shadowing was evaluated based on the terms of reference for shadow analysis of the City of Ottawa. This is something that's used in assessing shadow impacts, but it's really for public places. It applies a test that applies to places where the people gather, like main streets, like amenities, like parks, so that none of those are provided, with shadow for longer than certain set amounts of time during the day. But it's not applicable in a case like this. This is an operation that requires full-time sunlight all the time for it to work. What if it was like a privately owned solar farm? What if it was a privately owned greenhouse operation?
You're over time. Are you able to?
I'm sorry. And so I'm just saying, if we can get at that issue, is that we just don't have the right protocol for assessing the impact. We're using a protocol that's not appropriate. Under that protocol, there's the impact is acceptable, but it's just not the right protocol. So that's my main point really, is that we need to address that very specific issue.
Thank you very much, Paul. Are there any questions from members? Paul, are you, seeing none, I'll pose my own. Paul, are you aware of any opportunities? I keep coming back to the fact that we have to consider this application under the framework that's in place today, and we can't go retroactive on it. But are you aware of any opportunities to modify that protocol that are coming up?
Well, those like the terms of reference for shadowing analysis, which is the city document, as I understand, and I'm not sure really what its genesis was. I don't know where it came from and when it was adopted. But I would think that's within the city's power to either amend or supplement, because basically the city doesn't have the tool right now to deal with the question that's in front of you. And so whatever it is that you need to do to get yourself a tool is the next step that needs to be done. Or if you conclude that no, the tool doesn't apply, but we don't have a tool, and so shadows will just be what they are, I guess then it's just left up to the courts to decide. I guess landowners can complain when their operation is being affected by actions of others that create damage to their economic activity. So I guess that's kind of the other question. Is there a legal question in this particular case? Are we aware, not from the report says no legal implications, but are there legal implications here of not having the right tool in place to assess the impact of the shadowing that will be occurring on the land of the Central Experimental Farm?
No, it's a good question, and something that so I haven't really talked to the committee about, but I assume there's going to be some strong agreement around the table. Is we do need to make sure that the city is sitting down with Agriculture Canada and determining what the ground rules are going to be moving forward, and having an appropriate terms of reference for shadow studies moving forward is going to be a key part of that. So I'm assuming that we're going to come out of today's meeting, if we wind up approving this rezoning application, with some sort of direction to staff to get ahead of this issue. I was particularly interested in Bill Gregg's diagram. There is the one property, I can't remember, 440 Carling. It would be interesting to have, sorry? Hall at 440 Holland. I think it would be worthwhile us taking a look at that. So I'm assuming someone on committee will want to provide some broad direction to staff in terms of a process moving forward. I'm looking at Riley. Paul, thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to move on to Philippa McDonald. Philippa, is she in the room or online? Okay. We don't see her. Philippa, if you are listening and want to alert us that you're available, please let us know. Susan Paul is next up. No. Okay, Susan, let somebody know if you are available to make the presentation. Corey,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, is that Susan?
Yes.
Susan, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, I'll do my best. Hello, my name is Susan Paul, and while we have a housing crisis, that does not negate the climate crisis or other emergencies that have been proclaimed. The Central Experimental Farm, or FARM for short, is one very tiny area in the whole of Ottawa. This is not a binary decision of no building or just build skyscrapers. Ottawa is not hurting for land available to build skyscrapers on, and special consideration should be made for select sites such as the farm. There is currently a bill in Parliament that will protect this property once fully passed within the next sitting. Bill C-23, Historical Places of Canada's Act, which will affect how surrounding development to these lands will be allowed to impact them. You said you want participation from the public, but then individuals are forced to hunt and scour various documents the city has created to find definitions and terminologies referenced throughout the proposal materials without proper references in that documentation. And these documents are not included with the proposal materials. It is up to the individuals to try and find them to get the full details. And while developers and the city have paid teams of personnel and experts that work regularly on these proposals and are familiar with the key documents needed to support their argument, much of the other materials that work against the proposal are hidden and not included in the proposal materials presented to this committee and council. This gives developers an edge against the community who have limited means to complete the research to find all relevant materials for a development. It also means this committee and the council get selective information to rely on for their decision, which is being slanted toward one side only. This has been shown in several AG reports where biased information has been provided by city personnel to ensure a particular agenda is promoted instead of an unbiased report. And just because more public have not come forward to speak does not mean they are okay with this proposal. It only means that they cannot do all the work necessary to mount a defense for their position because of the level of effort involved is too great and discourages participation. Now, some individuals do take on this massive task themselves to find what is hidden and present the missing details from the development materials. They produce reports of the flaws in the documentation and the discrepancies in the details for traffic flow, shadowing, urban planning, wastewater management, and various other fields of study so that city planners do not misrepresent the full planning policies and guidelines created for planning decisions. That said, I'm here to speak to flaws I've discovered that skew the information presented. The farm has been mislabeled as green space by the city and developers, even though it does not fit into the defined categories. This is done on purpose to downplay the significance of this important site. In the Green Space Master Plan under Section 1.3, what is green space? The city has clearly defined green space in its simplest form to be land that serves one of two purposes: provision of recreation and leisure opportunities for the use and benefit of the public, and preservation of the natural environment and environmental systems. Neither of these definitions fit the farm because it is a research facility that includes educating the public on agricultural activities, but mostly doing research to improve crops grown in Canada and the world. The farm is completely a workspace, including the fields. And while some of the area may be accessible for restricted purposes, the farm is not fully accessible to the public for either of those stated purposes. And while there is a housing crisis, Ottawa is not a place without land to build on, that the city must approve tall skyscrapers on every open space they can find. We do not need to build large condo towers on Parliament Hill's front lawn or in Majors Hill Park or any other choice pieces of property to solve the housing crisis. Next door to 1081 Carling is a 9-story seniors residence. The other side has the Civic Hospital with a nurse's residence at 751 Parkdale. Both of those properties are set back from Carling to lessen shadowing on the farm. And the properties along Fisher Avenue that have been mentioned are also set back from the farm to lessen the impacts against the farm. 1081 is using the housing crisis to propose heights far above these buildings and placement as close to the farm, which would cause the highest level of impact to the farm's research. City workers are presenting a biased report in favor of the development while minimizing all other arguments presented by the community, experts, affected research scientists, and community groups. What I'm asking of the community is to reduce the heights of this development to protect the farm, but still provide homes. This is one of many proposals that will be coming forward very soon to develop the peripheral of the farm. The importance of this research facility is clearly being downplayed by city workers. The farm is the only one of its kind in all of Eastern Canada. The research supports 1 in 9 jobs in Canada. We cannot have tunnel vision and only worry about the housing crisis to approve skyscrapers everywhere, especially after several summers of climate disasters. We will need the research from the farm to address climate emergencies.
Over time, do you have a concluding thought?
Yes. I am saying no to development. I'm not saying no to development. What I'm saying is appropriate development in a lower height around the peripheral of the farm. Build tall skyscrapers, but in the way that is designed through the urban design guidelines for high-rise buildings, which shows the 45-degree plane from surrounding communities. Please reduce the heights of the towers proposed for this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Do any members of the committee have questions for Ms. Paul? Seeing none, Susan, thank you for your presentation today. Philippa McDonald has been able to join us, I'm assuming online. So Philippa, as soon as we get you on board, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Excellent. Everyone can hear me? Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Philippa. I'm a 4th-year environmental studies student, and I felt compelled to do a public delegation similar to a lot of the delegates before now. I don't really understand why this proposal is going through, given the recommendations by key stakeholders as well as outcry from the community. Next slide, please. Just very briefly, I know this has been covered plenty today, but the importance that Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada's recommendation was that the impact of the shadowing from the towers is significant. It poses a significant risk as it impacts the research fields and jeopardizes agricultural science integrity. Next slide, please. I also want to reiterate some of what Heritage Ottawa was mentioning earlier, but that the recommendation, again, is that the Planning and Housing Committee not recommend for approval the proposed development, as the excessive height will significantly impact the heritage integrity and research capacity of Central Experimental Farm. Next slide, please. So instead, I'm going to focus more on a bigger picture item that I think I want to make sure is considered or included in your consideration. And that as an environmental studies student, I look a lot at climate. And the farm is already under threat a lot. Just as an example, in 2016, 5 hectares of the farm was unusable due to road salt contamination. And I believe that was for the entire growing period. And then if we look at climate change, especially this summer, we've had, I live at the corner of Fisher and Baseline, so I know this is in the farm's jurisdiction, that there's been 4 or 5 tornado warnings, some really intense sheet rainfall, which I can only imagine is impacting soil erosion. the farm is very vulnerable to these changing seasons, that we're inevitably going to face heat waves, droughts, extreme weather. And the farm is no stranger to invasive species. So taking away any section of the farm is just leaving even less to work with. So I think that's a really significant issue to consider. And then next slide, please. I also want to highlight the significance of the farm as a community member. This, as mentioned, is a heritage site. It's a really unique space. I mean, what city has a farm in the middle of the city? It's an ecotourism attraction, which I think is something to consider. There's, especially in the face of climate change, as a green space, this is a significant place for my community. I'm in there almost every other day, either jogging or cycling. And so I found it quite disturbing that Tagar earlier in this meeting said there's a lot to be gained for the citizens involved, because I don't see that. I think we'll have a nice brown grassy field to look at after this if this proposal is going to go forward. I'll carry on with that later, but again, a valuable agricultural research site. Next slide, please. I just want to hammer down that we don't need more unaffordable housing. And I want to bring out the question of who stands to gain from this proposal. And when I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking that there's some middle to upper tax bracket citizens that'll be able to afford to live there, and they'll have $1 million view of the farm. The developers are going to benefit, of course. And yes, we do need more housing. We certainly do, especially considering the shelters downtown overflowing. We've got a housing crisis on our hands, but we don't need more unaffordable housing, especially if it's going to impact the very precious green space that we have. I mean, the research that's being done on Experimental Farm, as mentioned, is research that's hopefully going to ensure a sustainable food system for us going forward in the face of climate change. So I just think there's a lot at stake here. And I really hope that the previous delegations, as well as some of what I said today, will be considered in your decision. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Felipe, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm taking a look to see if there are any questions from members, and I don't see any. Thanks for your intervention today. We're going to move on to Corey Peabody, who is with the Fisher Heights and Community Association. Corey, you may just need to unmute.
Aha, there I am. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. Is that Corey's presentation? No. Okay.
No, I just have words.
Fantastic. Please give them to us. You've got 5 minutes to do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name's Corey Peabody, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Fisher Heights and Area Community Association. For those of you that are not familiar with our neighborhood, we're directly south of the Experimental Farm, south of Baseline between Fisher and Maryville. So we're in Ward 9. Sean Devine is our counselor. We have a shared concern with the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association in that we have a proposal in our neighborhood for 3 high-rise towers at the corner of Baseline and Fisher at 780 and that have similar concerns to what the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association has raised in terms of transition to neighbors and shadowing on the farm. So I'm not going to go over and repeat what everybody else has said, but I do agree that this decision on this development is really precedent setting. 1081 is going to set the standard for other developments along the perimeter of the Experimental Farm. So I just want to voice from Fisher Heights and Area Community Association our really strong support for the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. We agree with their transition comments. We don't think that the developer has complied with section 4.66 of the official plan. We're concerned with the shadowing analysis that Agriculture Canada has raised. We certainly support their assessment of the cumulative shading on the farm, which I think is very important, versus the city's terms of reference, which seem to be like 1 day, 1 time to determine shadow. And I don't even know if those terms of reference apply because the farm's land is private, it's not public. Anyway, our concern is that if the farm's lands fail to survive as this type of living lab for agricultural research due to shading from all of these buildings that will be built around the perimeter, we're really fearful to think what might happen to that land. So I would really like to encourage the city to, sit down with Agriculture Canada, create a buffer zone or something to protect the farmlands, while at the same time you can still build additional housing units. You have to understand that we do support responsible and sustainable intensification. We understand it, we get it. There just has to be a way that we can, sort of have a meeting of the minds and get everyone on the same page. So my final suggestion would be that I feel that the designation of the farm in the new official plan, currently it is designated green space, and I don't think that's correct. I think it should be designated as agricultural land because that's what it is. It's a working farm. So in closing, I just would like you to please reconsider this proposal in light of its precedent-setting nature. And we need to get transitions between neighborhoods and new development. We have to get it done right, and we have to have clear guidance. And I'm not going to go on about the 45-degree angular plane, but that's what I'm thinking. And we need to work together to preserve the farm, both as a research area and a national historic site. I think we're close, but we're not quite there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. I see some questions from Councillor Devine.
Hi, Corey. I just want to thank you for speaking, and I'm just going to flag what you raised for my colleagues here. I very much appreciate what you spoke to. I'll be speaking to it when I speak later on. But I think it's good to highlight the fact that the conversation we're having today doesn't only impact the residents of one ward, but it impacts adjacent wards. But truly also it is a citywide conversation in considering the value of the asset of the farm itself. It's a conversation that has been spurred by development coming to us rather than us initiating the conversation ahead of time. But I'm grateful that we're having the conversation because I think the impacts are quite significant. So Corey, thank you for being here and for throwing another lens onto this.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Devine. Corey, I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your intervention today. And we'll move on to Melissa Black. Is Melissa in the room or is she online? Is online, and Melissa, Ms. Black also has a presentation to make. So Melissa, as soon as you're able to join us, I think we're getting your presentation up on screen and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Perfect. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. So I just to introduce myself, my name is Melissa Black, and I'm a resident of the community, but also a member of the 1081 subcommittee. Also, I've lived in the area for many years, over 20 years. I actually moved into the area as a renter in one of the many semi-detached duplex homes in the area, and I love the area. So I'm speaking from my heart when I'm addressing you. But the objective of my presentation, it's really to amplify some of the community input that we've received over the course of the application. So these have been received through public consultations by the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. And also, I also want to present to you the petition highlights of the petition that we launched. So moving on to slide 3. The purpose of this slide is just to give you an overview of the timeline of the application, and also to show that comments and concerns from the community have been coming in really since the beginning, so since fall 2021. when Taggart issued its first application for 22 and a 28-story building. So that was met with a public consultation. 160 people were in attendance for that consultation. And at least 58 written submissions were made to the planner, who was Kimberly Baldwin at the time, and to our councillor, Jeff Leeper, and also to the community association. Also in the fall of 2022, following the urban design review panel, in which there was a recommendation that the site was more appropriate for one tower. And Taggart's second submission, which made a few adjustments to the proposal. Other written submissions were submitted after that as well. So at least 8 that we're aware of were sent to the planning department and to our councillor. Finally, after the third application, which was in March by Taggart, and that saw the increase again of one of the towers. So it had been lowered and then it was increased again to 27 stories. More written submissions were made at that point to the planning department and our councillor. At least 18 that we're aware of. And then as you know, Agriculture and Agri-Food issued its letter in April on the shade analysis. And following that, we launched a petition, and that was another opportunity for input on the issue. And I'll go into that a little bit later in the presentation, but we did receive 801 signatures on that petition.
Melissa, I just want to make sure you have a 2-minute warning here.
Okay, thank you. So just quickly, a summary of the next 4 slides, just talk about a summary of the comments. I won't go into those because the other delegates have gone into them very, very well. But height, transition, density was a main theme. Also, traffic, as Carolyn's video showed you, traffic was a big concern, in particular the U-turns and circuitous routes. Also, the heritage impact was mentioned by several community members and members of the public. Just that there is heritage character in the neighborhood as well that should be taken into account, and the urban design guidelines actually require that as well. So I just wanted to highlight that. Also, the shadow impact. I won't go into that any further because I know lots of discussion is happening on the shadow impact, but that was one of the main themes that's been consistent throughout this process as well. Finally, slide 8, we talk about the petition. So this was launched in June, on June 12th. 2 main areas, 2 main concerns. One was transition to the community, and the other one was the shadow impact on the Central Experimental Farm. So as of August 15th, this petition has received almost 34,000 views, over 800 signatures, and 32 comments. And from change.org, this is considered great in terms of strength. So we're very, we're pleased with the amount of visibility that our petition got. And then just to conclude the presentation, just to highlight some of the comments that people made from the petition. This is not just from our neighborhood. These are comments that came from across Ottawa and further, but a range of them, about the size of the development. We need density, but this proposal is an overdevelopment for the small size of the site. Double, triple the current height restrictions for the site. And also one that stood out to me was just, somebody who has been visiting the farm since 1965, and just how important the farm is for research and learning. It's a gem in the middle of the city. And what other capital city can say that they have an experimental farm in the middle of it? So just a sample of. So to conclude, we do appreciate your time on this, and I hope you'll reflect a little bit on the comments that were made by our collective community. Thank you.
Ms. Black, thank you very much for your comments. I'm looking around to see if members have questions, and I don't see any, so thank you very much for your intervention today. We're going to move on to Heather Pearl.
Hi, I'm not going to take up too much time because there have been amazing presentations made here. I just want to reiterate some of the things. There are many good reasons for Ottawa to protect the integrity of this central experimental farm. You could write a huge book on it. Just to the few of the headings that are important locally are mitigation of climate change impacts, environmental sustainability, cutting edge agriculture research, that's actually national, heritage is national, accessible outdoor open classrooms, tourism, people come here. Now, Carling Avenue is currently hosting, or soon will host, high-rise developments in numerous locations. Many are multi-tower developments. I think you probably have all seen the CBC reports on the thousands of units that are being approved in Ottawa. They're either approved already or getting ready to be approved. And so I don't think we're looking at a shortage of bachelors and single one bedrooms and maybe two bedrooms. So in any case, we've got a lot going on. Now, this section of Carling Avenue, north of the farm, is really not suitable for high-rise development. There are lots of parts of Carling Avenue that are, and I can think immediately of the Westgate Shopping Center that's being redeveloped with multiple towers, and the Canadian Tire site that is being proposed to do that. And there are sites all over. Scott Street is turning into a wall of towers. We already had pictures of Parkdale, which is really, that's a nasty place to walk. Yeah, we don't want that. So section of Carling north of the farm should be protected. It's not suitable. We know that if this one goes through, there will be others because towers propagate themselves. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada has raised serious concerns about the shadowing. And I think a lot of people's problem is that they don't understand why you would have these quite different responses to shadowing. Now, when the city looks at shadowing, it's taking the sort of the picture of the building, and it circles around the building and it covers a certain place. You've got the black image of the building. In the experimental farm, they have to use a logarithmic scale to represent the impact of the wavelengths of light on their plantings. And so you actually see that they've got a cone effect, that instead of the sort of linear apartment building shade, dark shade, you've got a cone effect where the middle part is darker and then you have it spread out lighter. That's the way shadowing works. So we have to consider that these people know what they're doing, that our planners are not agricultural scientists or soil scientists or plant scientists. We have to actually look at what is required for this agricultural research station. And they've mentioned that the most devastating effect is the increased variability in sunlight caused by differential shading of the fields throughout the growing season, increases the solar variability on the research lands and make them unusable for most field experiments. It takes multiple years to obtain results from agricultural research. Field experiments currently in progress will be seriously compromised. So these are the impacts on current ongoing research of just one proposal to build high-rise towers on this section of Carling Avenue. The proposal neglects to consider that the integrity of the research project depends on the researcher's ability to foresee and understand as much as possible the associated variables. It does not take into consideration climate change and the urgent need for research on crops that can withstand extremes in weather conditions, which are ongoing there. Carling Avenue is defined as a Main Street corridor in the city's new official plan. Now, I note when the city first submitted the official plan to the province for review and approval, they proposed reasonable 6-story height limits along main streets and higher limits, nodes and transit stations. This actually at the time took into consideration the need for the hundreds and thousands of whatever of new units that are required to house our population. Now the province amended these heights to 9 stories. Mid-rise is defined as 5 to 9 stories, which makes a jump to high-rise quite a bit, it seems quite a bit less of a problem, doesn't it? If you've got the top of the mid-rise, maybe you can go above that. Maybe it's reasonable to go above that.
Heather, you're significantly over time. Do you have a concluding thought for us?
Concluding thoughts are this particular use seems to have produced a one-size-fits-all approach to approval, which does not consider microclimate, social context, historic, and existing land patterns. In conclusion, I'd like to just sum up that there are 3 words that are necessary in this case. Respect. We have to respect the expertise and recommendations of the scientists whose years of work is being threatened. We have to respect the farm and all that it stands for, past, present, and future. We have to acknowledge that approving these heights in this location does not reflect a holistic understanding of the impacts on vital research. We have to acknowledge that there is no requirement for Planning and Housing Committee and Council to accept a proposal that goes beyond what is required in the official plan. We have to acknowledge that there are compelling reasons to refuse the application. So we have to have the courage to refuse the application.
Heather, thank you very much. I intend for that last nudge to keep it to a fairly quick conclusion. I do appreciate the intervention. I'll ask members of committee if they have any questions. And I don't see any. Sorry, let me just get back to the front of my Zoom screen. I don't see any. Heather, thank you for your comments today. I appreciate your intervention. I've lost my, where is it? There we go. Oh, we have one person left. JP Unger is our next public delegation and the last public delegation that I know of.
Yes. Can you hear us?
JP, we can hear you. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
You can? Great, thank you. Well, there are at least 3 solid reasons to reject the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. First, contrary to staff report, of course, there are legal implications. Approving the amendment would be an error in law, as it would legislate hierarchy and an overriding national interest. Approving the zoning amendment to allow rises that affect the natural exposure on the farm fields would seriously hinder and permanently damage.
JP, I'm just going to
experimental farm.
As soon as you hear me, if you could just pause for a moment. You're coming in choppy here in the hallway. Do you want to turn your video off and hopefully give you the bandwidth to make your comments orally? Okay, give that a try now, please. Oh, but you've also muted yourself, so if you want to take yourself off mute. The comments were just too choppy for us to make any sense of, unfortunately. Oh, he's okay. I'll just say it one more time in case you didn't hear me, but it looks like you're on mute. Yes. So if you're,
I haven't.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Can you?
Please resume.
Hi. Sorry about that. I'm trying to connect actually from the southeastern U.S. right now. I'm traveling, but yeah, thank you for. I don't know. Sorry, can the time be reset? We've lost a minute and a half there, or a minute something. I'll be quick in my remarks. Hello.
Thank you. So my understanding is that you're going to send us your remarks, and we'll make sure that the committee.
No.
Oh.
No. I'm ready to speak. I just saw the clock still advancing. I do need the 5 minutes to deliver the remarks. I'm sorry.
Okay. I apologize, JP. We're having a lot of difficulties hearing you here in the room. We're going to let you work with the clerk's office to try to come up with another solution.
No. Can't you hear me now? Can't you hear me now?
Hello.
We can just, if you
Hello.
keep really close to that microphone, maybe we'll be able to make you out. I apologize.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me now?
Almost, yes.
Great. Well, first, contrary to staff report, of course, there are legal implications. Approving the amendment would be an error in law, as it would disregard legislative hierarchy and an overriding national interest. Approving the zoning amendment to allow building high-rises that affect the natural exposure to sunlight on experimental farm fields would seriously hinder and permanently damage a federally mandated facility and duties that are carried out in the national interest. The Central Experimental Farm was created by federal legislation and has been federally mandated for more than 100 years to be a central research site, a focal point to help resolve farm and food production questions. Its fields have played an essential part in many food research and development successes, including new cereal grain varieties highly adapted to Canadian soils and weather. The Federal Experimental Farm Station Act is federal legislation, last amended in February 2015 by Parliament. By virtue of this federal legislation, the Central Experimental Farm and its officers have a federally mandated duty, to conduct research, experiments, tests, and studies for new and existing varieties of food, fertilizers, diseases, and other aspects of food productivity, including those related to adaptability to varying climate and other conditions. To answer Councillor Brockington's earlier questions about the importance of shadowing concerns, all of these federally legislated duties make continuity of the site and its intrinsic characteristics over time absolutely essential for research and truly irreplaceable. Approving the proposed zoning amendment would not improve provincial legislation or even a municipal one, would be a municipal ordinance to tweak something the city had previously enacted for a good reason and which has so far respected the federally legislated mandate and duties. Approving the zoning amendment is not about addressing our affordable housing deficit, as I will explain in a moment. It specifically serves the purpose of increasing profitability for a private business to the detriment of the public interest. It would be a failure of respect for legislated duties and hierarchy, a failure of the city's duty of care, and an affront to the national interest. By the way, Councillor Leeper, the essential irreplaceable value of the Central Experimental Farm is not cultural heritage, as most understand it. It is vital food security, scientific research. It's not so much cultural heritage, but scientific research that would be irreparably damaged with the proposed zoning amendment. Second, related to my very last point, approval of the zoning amendment would make our city look ignorant and ill-advised, failing in its duty of care and support for the national interest in order to help profit maximizing for an already very rich company, without regard for the harm it would cause to our country's vital food resilience and food security research at a time when we most urgently need it. In effect, disregarding not just a national, but a global vital human priority. Third, this disregard of legislative hierarchy, national priorities, science, and common sense would be done by brandishing a red herring justification. The argument that two tall high-rises are needed on this particular location is a red herring because our city has more land than Toronto and massive amounts of land available for development and redevelopment throughout its urban boundaries. This includes numerous areas full of aging, large single-house lots, countless derelict industrial, commercial, and vacant sites, and numerous municipally owned sites, which, by the way, continue to be sold without much public awareness, never mind input. Those, among many others, could easily satisfy our housing needs if they were redeveloped sensibly. To say that we need two high-rises on this particular location to address our housing needs would be a false argument. I hope you don't buy into it. I should add also that in more than 25 years of being actively involved with the Green Space Alliance and as an individual, in all these years I have seen a tendency in this committee and staff to dismiss valid concerns with the argument that the Ontario Municipal Board, now the Ontario Land Tribunal, and ministerial zoning orders would overturn a good decision anyway. So why should the city proceed otherwise? The municipality has a legally mandated and supported authority over land use decisions. And in my 25 years of involvement, I have not seen the city try, not even once, to fight all the way up the legal system, an OMB, ministerial order, or OLT bad decision, or otherwise assert its legal authority. The long-standing legislation that created municipalities in Ontario guarantees the city that authority. That's something worth fighting for. I sincerely hope that this time, on this very real threat to our country's food security research, you do the right thing and reject, not defer, but reject the proposed zoning amendment. Thank you.
JP, thank you very much. We were able to hear you fairly well there.
Wonderful.
Do members of the committee have any questions? I don't see any. I don't see any online. So JP, thank you very much for your intervention, and enjoy your trip.
Yeah, my thanks to you and to everyone there. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you. Okay, so those are the public delegations that we have. Are there any motions that anyone wants to put on the floor right now? I'm not seeing anything, so it is an opportunity now to, I see Raleigh's hand is up. Yeah, questions to staff, so please get your hands up there and we'll ask any questions to staff. Councillor Brockington, you are first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, first of all, to staff for their presentation and the work that they've undertaken over quite some time. Thank you very much for your efforts. I'm not sure who I'm directing my questions to. I have some high-level questions. First of all, does the city recognize the significant importance of the experimental farm?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And does the city acknowledge the agricultural research that is undertaken on the experimental farmlands?
We acknowledge that there is agricultural research being undertaken, yes.
Okay, and does the city acknowledge research is being undertaken on food production, more efficient food production in climate changing environment, including adverse weather patterns?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I don't think staff are in a position to comment necessarily on what types of agricultural research are being undertaken at the farm, but we do appreciate there is agricultural and field research being taking place.
Okay, but the planning department is not aware of what research is being undertaken at the experimental farm?
Not specifically, Mr. Chair. There is available information online that lists a huge list of different types of research that are being undertaken at the Ottawa Research Station. Some of that may be in the fields and some of that may not be in the fields.
Fair enough. Two director generals from Agriculture Canada have said that this particular shadowing impact from the proposed development will have, quote, astounding impacts on their research. There will be significant risk and may jeopardize the integrity of research. Do you agree with that assessment?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that city staff are qualified to speak to the detailed impacts of specific research being undertaken.
So experts from Agriculture Canada are responding to a development application for a site that city staff have been engaged on for quite some time. Many stakeholders are responding to similar concerns about what negative ramifications might occur when shadows from this proposal impact agricultural research lands on experimental farmlands. It's a very important concern for this committee that we're wrestling with, and I'm trying to figure out how our city staff, who I acknowledge are not agriculture research experts, react to or respond to letters such as the two DGs who are clear that this, in their opinion, will impact their ability to do research here. So I'd like to have a better understanding how our staff respond to and react to those types of letters.
So when we receive correspondence from the federal government, as with any other stakeholder, we review that. We try to understand for ourselves what the impacts could be in balance with our policy framework that we work within, that is set out by the province and our official plan. And we try to see if there's opportunities to mitigate any potential impacts. And we work with the applicants to do that where possible. In this case, we've got, and I appreciate that some of those statements are fairly to the point with respect to, rendering lands useless or not being usable. I think was the term that was used. I think that's, I fully appreciate that with the current research that's being done on this site, there is a possibility that that is in fact the case. The heritage designation for this site, however, and I don't want to tread too far into the heritage piece because I'm not an expert, But the heritage designation for this site speaks to the openness of the character. It speaks to the fact that it's an agricultural research station. It doesn't speak to specifics with respect to research. And there is a variety of types of research within agriculture that could continue to take place with a variable like shadowing, being introduced. There are a number of variables, and I don't want to go too far into this. I'm not as qualified to speak to this as some of the researchers are, but I do have an agricultural background, and I am somewhat familiar with research, from my undergraduate degree days. And there are a number of variabilities that are dealt with through field research on any site that is grown outdoors. And there's ways that researchers try to mitigate the impacts of those variabilities. And there's a whole long list of potential variables that researchers try to work around. Shadowing is one of them. There's shadowing that happens within the field from the plants next to it. A plant that's on the edge of a test plot gets a different amount of sun than a plant that's in the middle of a test plot. The way they deal with that predominantly in this type of situation, and you see, excuse me, you see it in the air photos and the historical air photos going back, is through reproducing or repeating those studies, which is why they've got a large number of small plots within a field. So they may be running, and I can't speak to the specifics, and I didn't. If you're interested, I'm sure the Ag Canada researchers would be happy to talk about their research. But what they would typically do in field research is have run the same or plant the same variety if they were doing variety testing in a number of different locations within the same field, harvest them separately, weigh those, take their measurements and inputs from that research, and then try to create a statistical model to determine if there's variability as a result of that, because they've had it's been repeated a number of times to be able to determine if there is in fact a significant change as a result of whatever factor they're testing. In this case, by introducing shadowing, it is introducing another variable potentially on this site. It's one that's predictable, and it's one that is, that there are types of research that could take place, even if it did have an impact on yield, and that could limit certain types of research. There are other types of research that could be undertaken on that site.
I'm going to come back to that in a second, but in recent years, has the city's planning department sat down with Agriculture Canada and have had discussions about shadow implications on agricultural research, potential mitigation strategies to implement in final staff recommendations, appropriate heights along the various corridors, all around the perimeter of the farm? Have we had those discussions? Have we proactively reached out and said, we envision there's going to be development on Carling, on Maryville, on Baseline, on Prince of Wales. I've seen files already in the queue, or I've people come to me over the years and say, we want to develop the Green Valley restaurant site. We want to develop the Apollo strip mall site at Prince of Wales. Councillor Devine and I know Baseline is going to be developed over time. I referenced other properties earlier on. We know it's coming. We all acknowledge the important value that happens at the experimental farm. So why is the city of Ottawa not being more proactive to have that discussion, come to some sort of general understanding of what Ag Canada can live with, and try our best to work with the private developers who want to build around this perimeter to reach reasonable heights? Maybe it won't be perfect, but at least we'll better mitigate the shadowing impacts on research lands. Why have we not done that? Or maybe we have. Let me allow you to answer the question.
So city staff did participate in a discussion with the NCC, Agriculture Canada from the research branch, and we'll call it Agriculture Canada from the land division in a meeting in the wintertime. I don't have the exact date. I apologize, Councillor, but certainly this winter we did have a discussion. The federal public servant strike was underway at the time because it's hard to get into the NCC's building. Around what the implications of future developments could be. As has been noted today, there's a number of applications that are before us that could have those impacts. I think it was a good opening discussion with members of Ag Canada as well as the NCC on the potential impacts of that development. I think it was informative for us to understand some of their concerns and impacts, but it was, I think, also informative for them to understand the policy framework that we work within, and where there are opportunities to provide input into that are.
Okay, my colleagues should be, everyone knows I have a deferral motion. I want my colleagues to ask their questions. I think that's very important to facilitate this, and then I'll put myself on the list to move that deferral motion, and I'll introduce that deferral motion once my colleagues have had their questions. Thank you.
That's your prerogative, and you can put that motion forward as soon as you next have the mic, which brings us to Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Several of the public delegations mentioned that the shadow analysis had classified the Central Experimental Farm as green space, as open space rather than agricultural. So I'm looking at the zoning map right now, and I see that the Central Experimental Farm is zoned L3, which is agricultural area in the official plan that will support and conserve the cultural, scientific, and historical value of the farm for present and future generations. So if, let's say a similar development were to come up at the southern edge of Barrhaven on Barnesdale Road, bordering the AG2, AG3 zones on the south side of Barnesdale, would something similar have come up? Like would a shadow analysis have had to be done about those impacts on the lands south of Barnesdale Road?
Mr. Chair, staff aren't going to speculate an assessment that's going to happen on Barnesdale Road. We don't have the specific designations and zoning in front of us, but what I can tell you as a general rule of thumb, if an application before us is to increase building height, a request of a sun shadow study is an automatic, and it would be assessed in that regard.
And would there be a difference based on the farm is L3, where South Barnesdale is AG2 and 3? Like I completely understand this is speculative and there's nothing happening on Barnesdale right now, but is there a difference between how that would happen for open spaces versus how that would happen for agriculture?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is if lands are designated agriculture and we're looking at potential impacts on agricultural land, sun shadowing studies don't necessarily come into that line of discussion. We look at things like the appropriate soil capacity and makeup of the soil on those lands, other things like noise in the area, a planning rationale, looking at what's the impact on the agricultural resource itself. I don't see language in any of our submissions on ag lands that would specifically look at shadowing, other than through OP policies where we get into mitigation measures, which is things like if you have a tower proposed, what have you done to mitigate the impact of a new shadow? Things like the tower floor plate, the orientation of the tower size so that shadows are cast differently depending on that built form. That is in the light of mitigation measures that we could look at through an application of that type. But I'm not aware of anything specifically that would say from a policy perspective or any sort of agricultural report on ag lands that a shadow would be automatically deemed inappropriate.
Okay, and going back to my colleague's question about, has the city proactively reached out to Ag Canada about, well, I actually don't remember your question, but it was in the context of this. So I want to kind of flip that around. Has Agriculture Canada proactively come up to us when we were discussing the official plan and everything that was in it? Because we know Carling is going to be a corridor of intensification. We know Baseline is going to be a corridor of intensification. A lot of those people live in the city too. A lot of the people who work for Ag Canada live in the city as well. Have they ever approached us with concerns going forward about our plans for intensification in those corridors?
Thanks for the question, Chair. I did go back through our official plan notes, and although they were circulated, I could find no submissions or evidence from Ag Canada. The NCC would have reached out to its all the federal partners. Councillor Brockington will recall there was some changes to the Fisher corridor, but that was, I think, at the community and councillor direction. We actually increased heights along corridors such as Baseline and Carling through the process with the support of many councillors and communities that were looking to see those corridors bear more of the intensification load than the neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back if I need.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much, Chair. I realize that the activities at the Central Experimental Farm are extremely important for a region like ours, which is certainly in my area. Agriculture plays a large role not only in the economy but also, and I know this has been mentioned by delegates, but food security as well. I think it's becoming more and more important, the work that the experimental farm does with droughts and extreme weather coming our way, and the advancements that are made at that experimental farm are likely to play a role in agriculture in the future. So I want to make sure that we get this right, and I just wanted a couple clarifying questions for staff. A few delegates mentioned shadow impacts and the discrepancy between what the city's concluded versus what the farm has, and so I wanted to get a clear answer. So the impacts that were studied by the city staff in this scenario, and the limits that we adhere to in that area, were the same metrics and process used for this tower or this application versus an application anywhere else in the city? Like, is this just a standard process in terms of understanding the impacts of the shadow, or was there additional or extra metrics taken into account for specifics to impact on agriculture?
Thank you, Chair. The sun shadowing study submitted by the applicant team was done in accordance with our terms of reference. It's a council approved document for how sun shadow studies should be prepared. It sets out specific dates and time intervals. Through the first submission and the second submission, we actually had an updated shadow study to provide more details in light of some of the comments that were coming in for shadowing. I can tell you that the approach between the applicant's team and Agricultural Canada was different, although the letter from Agricultural Canada, or it may have been an email, did acknowledge that the Barry Hoban office study, while it determines the outlines of the building shadow at several different points in times, traces a distinct shadow position at each point in time. Both studies have their merits for the application, and neither would be considered incorrect. So it's just a matter of perhaps the different groups and how they looked at the shadowing, the timeline interviews, but at the end of the day, where the shadow being cast by the new towers lands is the same result.
Okay, so I think the fact that there are two different studies that are not necessarily either of them are incorrect, but different. So I think that actually makes this decision even more confusing and harder for members of this committee. So the other issue or avenue that I might want to go down is just it seems to me that the standard planning process that we normally follow is not really designed to address the impacts in this type of unique scenario. Would that be, would you describe the planning process in that way as well? Would you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, I would categorize this as saying that we do have the tools in hand to review an application of this nature, whether it be the built form, transition, or shadowing. As it's been stated probably several times during this committee meeting, the application before us and staff's recommendation before committee is based on the policy framework that exists at this time. We have a role as the city to review these applications against our official plan, which are supported by documents like the high-rise guidelines or terms of reference for sun shadowing studies. And our new official plan is consistent with the Planning Act and provincial policy statement. So when we look at the planning application before us, and sun shadowing is certainly an important element of that, when we review those impacts or the mitigation of that proposal against everything that's in effect in our policy framework, everything that we've concluded on is that the partial amount of shadowing that is happening on the farm is not removing the ability for this cultural heritage resource to continue to exist, to continue look at various research opportunities, to continue running it as various agricultural options. The amount of shadowing is consistent with our terms of reference being a few hours late in the evening. So what we have before us is a planning application, and the tools that we have to assess it, which are appropriate and consistent, suggest that this is not an adverse impact, which is why the recommendation for approval is before you.
And I understand that on an individual basis in terms of applications, but as we've heard today, I think the concern is that this particular area and the importance of the experimental farm, the ability for them to do their work could be affected if we approve this and there's another one also in the vicinity of the experimental farm, that the impact of those shadows will be cumulative and will affect their ability to do their work. So is there, and I mean, under this, very specific planning process that you're just describing to me and in adherence with the official plan and all that great stuff, is there a macro look at development on areas like this, like sensitive research land, such as the experimental farm? Is there, or are we just going to continue to look at this area on each application basis, and perhaps the Taggart's going to get lucky here and get this one through, and then the next person's not, because the shadows at that point will accumulate to the point where they will affect their ability to do their work?
Mr. Chair, presently with the policies we have in effect, I think it would be the latter, that each application is reviewed on its own merit. I don't know if a subsequent application, like there was reference to that Holland site, if their cultural heritage impact statement would look more broadly beyond that development. I'm not sure, but it does speak to, we would have to review application on its own merit.
All right. Thank you very much for answering those questions. Based on those answers, I think I would be inclined to support Councillor Brockington's motion if he does move that at the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kicks.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly an interesting file. A couple questions and then a couple comments. I couldn't find this in the report. I know the total acreage of the experimental farm is 960, but do we know how many acres would be impacted by this development?
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have that number readily available, but we can certainly report back if we can find it.
Okay, thank you. I was having a lot of trouble understanding the discrepancy between the shading impact in the staff report and then the shading impact that Ag Canada submitted. But I think what I'm understanding is that the 100,000 minutes of impact from Ag Canada includes shading impacts in the winter months, whereas staff are only considering the growing season. Is that correct?
Apologies. I'll start over, Mr. Chair. Yes, that statement in general, I believe to be accurate. We were questioning some of the numbers that we saw come up, like the 100,000 hours of daylight, 70 days lost of growing season daylight. It didn't add up to us, and I think you are correct that it probably took out the entire calendar year versus the summer and spring months where we do see shadowing and crops growing.
Okay. That's where I got to too, but I was pretty confused by the math as well. I want to say I do really wish a representative from Ag Canada had been here today, because I have farming questions that I think that they would be both best posed to answer. And Councillor Lowe almost asked this question, but aside from the letter that we received, was there any other conversations or outreach from Ag Canada to staff to discuss this application specifically?
Through the chair, no, we only received those letters, and upon receipt of those letters, we forwarded them to the applicant for their response. And then when we received that response, we facilitated that dialogue between Agriculture Canada and the applicant until we reached our conclusion.
Okay, so Ag Canada and the applicant had discussions, but not staff and Ag Canada directly on this application.
Through the chair, well, we did, we engaged on we read the letter and considered it. But in terms of perhaps direct correspondence or a meeting, that didn't happen beyond phone calls or the letters received.
Okay. I have the benefit of having some experts in this field, pun intended, in my family, farmers. So I did ask their thoughts on the shading, and through those conversations and with the information available, I'm not completely convinced that the situation is as grave as has been described. There's a tree line abutting the site, which would introduce a lot of variability to the test plots beside it as well, which seem to still be in operation. And again, I wish I could have asked Canada some of these questions, but I'm wondering if there are impacts of the current research being done. Is there not other research that could be undertaken that wouldn't be tied to yield, pest management, herbicide efficacy, et cetera? So between now and council, I'll undertake to pose some of those questions, which I don't expect anyone here to be able to fully answer. But one final observation that I just think is interesting, we didn't have any farmers delegate today. We had a lot of people speaking on behalf of farmers and how important this research is. And, you know, not to diminish the significance of the experimental farm and the work they undertake there to our city, but I think, you know, this is another can of worms, but I would suspect that it's perhaps because we've seen a diminishment in federal investment in research at this site, and private investment in farming research is far outstriping it. So whole other can of worms, but I thought that was an interesting observation from the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. I had similar questions to what Councillor Kitts had, because I was puzzled why a letter was received from Ag Canada from two Director Generals, but wanted to know what the dialogue was. And it sounds that you've passed it on to the applicant. That's correct. But in terms of the city policy, we haven't had a conversation because this is really more than about this application. It could potentially be about other applications. Is this something that could be happening in the future?
Those discussions have started, right? I did reference the meeting that took place in, the winter months. I think the connections have been made with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and the NCC, for that matter, is sort of their spokesperson on a lot of these types of files. And so certainly on a go-forward basis, I think they have a better understanding today than they did in the past when we were going through our official plan update, as an example, as to where their opportunities to influence and input into our policy-making process are.
I appreciate that, Mr. Moody, because you do have an agriculture background, so it's your appropriate person to talk to them. But I am puzzled why Ag Canada reps aren't here today. If this is such a significant issue, it just puzzles me that we're not hearing directly from those who are saying they are affected, and that a community association has to speak on this issue instead. I think that's just going to be an ongoing concern. One of the things we heard from our applicant is that, and this is what we know, is that we're looking at going up to 40 stories, which has already happened down the road on Carling Avenue. Are we going to have to rethink that? Because we've already looked that direction. In fact, we've already started going that direction. So what's going to happen in that in terms of those limits around the farm?
Thank you for the question. I'll attempt to provide a response. So certainly there's no intention of reopening our official plan recently approved. I suspect if we did that, we would be opening up a whole bunch of appeals along that corridor based on recent council direction and expression in terms of the density along that corridor. So there is no intention to reopen that policy at this point.
Thank you. Anyway, that's the one thing that puzzles me. If this is so important to Agriculture Canada, why aren't they here? Why aren't they here at this meeting? That's what concerns me the most. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Next up, we have Councillor Devine.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for having me here as a non-committee member. Any of the questions I would have had have already been asked, except for questions that I would have loved to have posed to Agriculture Canada. I think I now have time to ask those questions before council, but I don't necessarily have concern with the fact that Agriculture Canada is not here, although I would have preferred that they be here, but I think they're letting their letter speak for themselves and the strong and unequivocal language in the letter. And so without having questions for staff, colleagues, I guess I'm here to speak to you. And I'm here because although 1081 Carling isn't in my ward, there is the project in my ward that is coming to committee soon, which are the proposed towers at 780 baseline, where, as you've heard, would result in similar shadow impact on the farm. So I'm here to observe the conversation, which I believe may set context, if not precedent, but also to raise questions that I hope my colleagues will consider. And because of the proposed development in my ward, I've been engaged in this discussion about the farm for quite some time. And I've been wrestling with whether some of the issues raised here fall within my responsibility as a city councillor, because while it's not generally within my scope of responsibility to advocate for agricultural research, except for how that research does contribute to studying the impacts of climate change, I do believe that it is my responsibility, our responsibility as councillors, to address concerns or threats to the viability of the farm itself as a public asset and what that asset means to our city. And while we absolutely have an urgent need to build the kind of density that's being offered here, that need does not exist in a vacuum, and that need does not supersede the fact that the farm is a vital asset, not only for the research that it produces, but for the unique role it plays in our city's public life. To paraphrase what a delegate said earlier, the farm is part of what makes Ottawa, Ottawa. So I read through many of the submissions that came with the 1081 Carling file, including a letter from Clark Top, a retired soil scientist with the Central Experimental Farm. And I'm going to quote a bit from his letter that stood out for me because it's worth considering what happens when science is undermined. Quote, "An important principle behind successful science is to understand and to minimize the impact of uncertainties. To introduce highly variable shading effects to the research plots at the farm adds a level of uncertainty which completely undermines the integrity and validity of the research output from the unaffected plots for all future time and would completely negate the usability of the research." So if we accept what this science position is, what the scientist's position is to be true, if we accept that the shadow impact from 1081 Carling poses a genuine threat to the viability of research conducted at the farm, and if we accept that future development along Carling or Baseline would only increase that threat to the farm, then we're assuming a certain amount of risk in threatening the farm's viability itself. And if that is true, I'm wary of making these kinds of decisions without duly considering the risks, because the question that I don't have an answer to from Agricultural Canada is, what will Agriculture Canada do with the farm? Will they hold on to the farm if it faces, as the delegate said, death by 1,000 cuts? Yesterday, I had a conversation with the developer for 780 Baseline, where he's now open to some of the changes I proposed that would lower the tower heights in order to diminish shadow impacts. I have the luxury of time because that file is not coming to committee for until later this fall, but what's decided here today may affect that decision and future decisions. And so for that reason, I'd urge my colleagues to support Councillor Brockington's motion to defer, to afford this committee the time to properly consult and determine the real impacts of these developments on the farm, and to properly consider the farm's presence and future place in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lowe, with your permission, I'd like to go to Councillor Tierney, who's got a first round of questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. And there's some great delegations here today. My grandfather was a farmer, so I do appreciate a lot of this, but everywhere we have a house in this city was a farm at one point. That is the truth of the matter. And if you go back into the Gloucester Historic Society, I'm sitting on farmland. While this is experimental lands, I think there has to be a more wholesome conversation regarding, we have 2,700 square kilometers in this city. There's got to be an opportunity because maybe it wasn't predicted back in the day to move this along to another plot of land. We have tons of land in this city and deals can be done. But we also have a housing crisis, unless I've missed something, because that has been the front burner issue for quite a while. And I support a lot of my colleagues when they say, if this was truly an issue, where are the representatives? I think it really speaks to the problem we have here today as municipal councillors, trying to understand if this was really the issue, why are they not here? Maybe they can have other plots of their land or use this plot of land to test for shadowing and growing stuff and move it to another part. But we do have a major crisis in this city right now. And if we don't start building housing quickly, we can't keep deferring things. We have to move ahead. I'm going to ask Tim Mark real quickly, from a solar perspective, when things go to tribunal, has there ever been a rejection of an application based on shadowing? I don't really see that as, obviously it's an impact, but in a case like this, we'll be in paralysis, not be able to develop that whole area, which is prime for development. Has there been rejections at tribunals based on shadowing on a situation like this in the past that you know of?
Mr. Chair, I took some time because of the uniqueness of this case. I took some time to do some research to see what cases were out there that spoke to solar impact, the impact of the sun, as compared to the more traditional shadowing impact of one building on, say, neighboring low-rise buildings. And what I did, because it was the only parameter that I thought would likely show up in former OMB, LPAT, or OLT cases, is I looked for cases dealing with the question of the impact of tall buildings on individuals who had existing solar panels, because I thought that might be instructive. And there were a couple of cases that hinted that it was a factor, but I did not find any case that turned down height on account of solar impact, Mr. Chair.
And thank you very much for your sage professional opinion on that, Mr. Mark. And it's great that we all are farmers suddenly and probably, have coveralls suddenly out of the blue. But at the same time, we've been preaching as a council. We have a housing crisis. So you can't suck and blow, everybody. Either we're going to go ahead and start building, and knowing our populations are growing way over what we originally prospected, or not. And I want to thank the chair because he's done a terrific job highlighting a lot of exactly what is happening in front of us today. But we do have to build houses. That is the truth of the matter. And if we don't do it, we're going to get overruled. There'll be more MZOs, and these things are just going to happen without our input. So either we're committed or we're not committed. And for that reason, I won't support deferral. I think this is a great opportunity to build, and I'll be supporting the application as staff proposed it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Wilson, do you mind if I ask some of my own questions? Thank you. So the first question I want to get into is the angular plane. We've heard a bit about it this morning. I want to understand how staff look at the lack of angular plane and how that is a factor in whether or not this development has the appropriate transition or not to the low-rise buildings that are adjacent. So I think the community is absolutely right. The East Tower utterly fails to meet anything that one would consider to be close to a 45-degree angular plane as outlined in our urban high-rise design guidelines. If it doesn't come even close to that, how are you able to recommend to us that this achieves the appropriate transition?
Thank you, Chair. To start off, it's obviously our position that the proposed built form and transition is consistent with our policy framework. There's a number of different tools to look at in transition. Angular plane is one of them. Our policy framework is not set up that it is a black and white, you do an angular plane or you don't. Site context is very key, and there's a number of different measures you can do to address transition. Some of that includes larger setbacks, built form transition at various heights. So for example, a lot of revisions were made through this application, such as the podium height. The podium height was reduced from 6 stories to 4 stories to provide a better sort of at grade relationship with the abutting R4 neighborhood, sort of a low rise meeting a low rise with, if you will, at the street level impact. The angular plane is generally met for the West Tower, and we purposely pushed for that because the Western Tower is the tower that is more closely situated to the low rise properties. The East Tower is separated by a new city park. Our high-rise guidelines, while looking at angular plane, is one tool. The other tool in emerging urban context, like Carling Avenue, that is slated for rapid transit, suggests that where you have those streets like Carling that abut a low-rise context, you should get the tower at least 20 meters away from that abutting low-rise. That's what we focused on for the East Tower, to get the tower portion as far away as possible from the abutting low-rise residential, the closest being the immediate property on Hamilton, and then there is a city lane and then separated by the park as well. So that additional 20 meters is for that immediately adjacent residential property. The balance are closer to 30 meters away, which is consistent with our policy framework. So we broke down the mass going from podium to middle. There's actually portions of the building that were dropped from 12 stories to 9 stories to bring more of the rear of the building into that angular plane, but getting the tower portion away at least 20 meters. And all of that is consistent with our policies and our guidelines.
The cultural heritage impact statement has been shown to be, I will continue to use the word inaccurate, because it assumes no impact from shadows on the cultural asset. Luce, why are you able to continue to recommend approval of this development when the cultural heritage impact statement is demonstrably inaccurate?
Through you, Chair. So when I look at impact from a heritage planning perspective, I tie it back to the defined heritage value, and that would be outlined in the commemorative integrity statement, which breaks up the farm's value into 3 distinct zones. The applicable zone here would be the experimental fields, and it talks about that value of a historic and a current place of agricultural research, and its understanding as a farm within the city. And I think that that heritage value will be maintained through this application.
So there will be shadow on that resource, on that that asset. And forgive me, I'm just not sure I heard why it's acceptable to have a shadow on that.
So I think when you look at the character defining elements of those fields themselves, it outlines them in a list, and it speaks to the cultivated fields, their variable sizes, their colors, their textures, and their seasonal variations. So I think that the shadows, I don't dispute that there will be shadows, but I think these character defining elements will be maintained.
My understanding is that for at least a week or so, that's been a discussion with the applicant's heritage consultant, and that the two of you are on the same page. We can expect to see that the applicant is going to put forward a revised cultural heritage impact statement that is going to arrive at the same conclusion as what you've just arrived at.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yep. You know what, my colleagues have asked a lot of the other questions, so I'm going to leave it there. I know Councillor Curry needs to leave at 2:15, and I know she'd probably appreciate the opportunity to vote on this, so I'll just say that. Obviously, we'll take the time that we need to take. Going back to Councillor Lowe for a second round.
Thank you, Chair. No, one of the other questions, one of the other topics that were discussed by some of the one of the delegations actually was the traffic impact assessment. Like, so Inglewood is a street that kind of sort of is adjacent to the area. It's a few meters away. But when we're doing these traffic impact assessments, like how far do we normally look? Is there a guideline, or is it just like these 5 immediate intersections? I'm thinking about, there was a controversial development in my ward a number of years ago, the big sortation facility, and they looked up all the way to Fallowfield Road, despite it being a kilometer away. Like, that's my thought.
Through the chair, the traffic impact studies are prepared in line with our terms of reference for those studies, and then they are reviewed by our transportation project managers for completeness before we move forward with an application. So they consider the surrounding area, and I can't speak, I'm not a transportation project manager, but they speak to the trips generated and the impact on the traffic network generally and in detail. So.
Okay, and so I may not have read like far into the details of that traffic impact assessment, or not seen it at all, actually. So does it assume any impact to Inglewood Drive? Because based on I think it was a video that we were shown, a lot of that traffic they might not actually, but they can turn right onto Inglewood towards Parkdale. And even though the Civic Hospital is going to move away in the future, and I think this development is not going ahead for a little while, like there's still a traffic impact to a residential neighborhood side street.
So the transportation impact study that was submitted as part of this zoning bylaw amendment application was reviewed and by our transportation team, and they did not determine that it would create a huge impact. And of course, that'll be studied further in the forthcoming site plan application, as a more comprehensive report will need to be submitted through that process and reviewed further.
Great. Last thing is I do want to highlight again, like there's no people from Agriculture Canada here. And, when we were discussing Wellington Street at Transportation Committee, we had the federal government speak to us, including a senator who made a public delegation. So I don't want to diminish the value of the public delegations. They're really good public delegations today, but to just receive a letter like this and to have no kind of proactive communication from the federal government in this development application, as well as the official plan, despite it being very obvious that these corridors are going to be intensification corridors, these corridors are rapid transit corridors, I won't say it says everything about it, but it certainly does give us an indication of where they might stand on this. So thanks very much. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Again, the late Paul Dewar was in my office in 2015. We talked about the experimental farm at length, and he believed it needs federal legislation to give it the same type of protections that Gatineau Park has. That there's going to be ongoing demands on the farm over time, and without significant federal legislation, we will continue to clip and chip away at the farm. This council has not hesitated in the past to approve developments on Carling Avenue. If you look between Preston and Churchill in particular, encompassing a couple of our wards, 30 towers have been built and or approved already. Many in my ward, your ward as well, Chair. So this is not about a NIMBY argument today. This really isn't about 1081 Carling. This is just the catalyst that's get us together to talk about what I believe is a more important issue. And I don't want to minimize there are other issues at play here, and people have spoke to other issues, and I don't want to make it sound like I don't think those are important, but we have an application that's talking about, according to agriculture experts, significant shadowing impacts on agricultural research land. The city acknowledges the importance of the experimental farm. The city acknowledges that agriculture research is happening here. And the city admits that there's been a lack of proactive outreach with Agriculture Canada over time. We know the perimeter around the farm is going to be faced with developments. So how do we address shadow impacts? How do we mitigate the ramifications on agricultural research? What are the building heights around the perimeter of the farm? We don't know the answers to these questions. So don't take out your frustration why members of Ag Canada aren't here today. They could be on vacation. There could be legitimate reasons. Maybe their senior management said, we support sending a letter. I don't know why. But this is about getting blocks in order. And we need to have a conversation and a better understanding of what the right heights should be around the perimeter of the farm going forward, because 780 baseline is next. And then Maribel's coming, and then other baseline corridor. And we're going to do this over and over and over again, because we won't have answered those key fundamental questions that we're debating with today. If we don't, it's going to apply. Different communities will show up with the same types of questions. I loathe postponing development applications when they're teed up and ready to go. But we don't have these questions answered. And so that's why the motion I'm putting on the floor right now is a deferral motion, Chair. And just making sure I have the right motion here. So we want to put that on the screen. So as respect to this report, the bylaw amendment application for 1081 Carling, staff recommend approval of the application to permit the development of 2 residential towers, including a west tower, 16 stories, east tower, 27. Whereas multiple stakeholders, including scientists from Agriculture Canada, have raised concerns with the proposed height of the east tower and that the shadowing impacts on the agriculture and research lands on the adjacent experimental farm land. Whereas various stakeholders have requested that the proposed height of the east tower be reduced from 27. Am I reading the right one? No. Where is the other one? It's on the screen. Okay, so still the same file. This is asking that, this is a deferral motion asking that our city's planning department sit down with Ag Canada to discuss acceptable building heights for future developments along the north side of Carling Avenue, south side of Baseline Road that could result in mitigating shadowing on fields on the south side of Carling and north side of Baseline used for agricultural and or research purposes. Whereas the item is requested to be deferred 2 months to October 18th, 2023 for our next, or sorry, at that Planning and Housing Committee meeting. Whereas notification, a revised report will be provided when the item is to be returned to the Planning and Housing Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, zoning bylaw amendment 1081 Carling Avenue, the item be deferred to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting of October 18th, 2023. Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be provided.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. So we have a motion for deferral on the table, which means that our debate will immediately switch to that subject and that subject alone. Councillor Kavanaugh has put down her hands to speak to the substantive merits of the item, but we'll come back to her first when we come out of a deferral debate. In case the deferral debate or the deferral motion fails. So we're setting up a speakers list to address the deferral, and first on it is Councillor Gower, or Vice Chair Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I completely agree with the need for the city to have more substantial meetings with Agriculture Canada and other stakeholders. I do not agree with deferral. My sense is what people might be looking for amounts to a major policy document around a completely new way to assess shadows and solar impact for experimental agriculture lands, as well as a reopening of a significant part of our official plan that we just had approved by the province less than a year ago after 3 years of public consultation and stakeholder engagement. It would be a major change to the designations we made for the Baseline corridor and the Carling corridor and perhaps others. And I really don't see that happening in a way that would affect our decision on this application between now and October of 2023. So it's difficult. We don't perhaps have the perfect tools to assess the impact of shadows in this case. But I do believe staff have used the tools in front of them, policies in front of them, as they should. And I think their recommendation is sound, but we do need to have a continuing conversation as it may affect future applications. Thanks, Chair.
Did anyone else want to address deferral? I don't see, sorry, Councillor Kitts.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, building on what Councillor Gower just said, something for the mover to consider if deferral fails, you know, perhaps a direction for staff to you know, continue with that meeting. Because I think there's some interest in having some more clarity around this area and the future impacts, but don't know if there's support for deferring this application. So leave that with you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Did anyone else wish to speak to deferral? No. Sorry, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick comment. Some of the comments from my colleagues about the fact that the official plan was passed and the province approved it and that this will take a long time. I don't care. I think doing it properly is better than doing it quickly. And if we need to defer this longer than October, then I'd be perfectly fine with that as well. So I'm definitely going to support deferral today because I think it's important to do things right, more important than it is to do things quick. We absolutely need to build houses, but we need to build affordable houses. It's my understanding that none of these are going to be considered affordable houses. We had a delegate who alluded to sort of the net benefit or net loss of making a decision like this. And I think if these were lower rise homes that were affordable for families in the city of Ottawa, that we'd be having a different discussion today. And so I hope that that my colleagues will rethink their position of, you know, just building for the sake of building because we think we need to build more homes, which is true, but we need to build more affordable homes. So I want to support the experimental farm and the research that they do, and I'm going to be supporting deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll remind everybody, we have a housing crisis. Okay, Clark, stop with the head shaking. I worked on my grandfather's farm for many years. The truth of the matter is either we have a housing crisis or we don't. So we have to get it together here, people. If we don't, let's take that off the table immediately. But the reality is this is a corridor that could certainly take the intensification.
Councillor Tierney, if I may, I just want to make sure we're sticking to the topic of deferral.
Absolutely, I will tie it right back to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The crisis means immediacy, unless I'm wrong. Does that not mean immediacy? We have emergencies for a lot of things, and I think that requires immediacy. So I will not be supporting deferral. We've heard from our legal expert that has said solar is not a big factor in this. And I just want to ensure we plow ahead. I've tossed bales of hay just because I live in the city now. I grew up on my grandfather's farm on Laurier Avenue, and I've done the farming thing. This experimental farm, no one's showing up today. Nobody. So everyone should think about this for a second. And if we really care about housing, we have to build it. I wish I was there in person today because I'd be more articulate in my speech. But I do support plowing ahead and moving ahead with housing because we need it. We have to bring, and I know everyone wants affordable housing or under market rate housing, but the more units we get on site is only going to help our city. So anyway, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be clear. So if we're suggesting if this is deferred and it comes back to the October meeting, Councillor Barkington, we will make a decision based on whatever information we have there. So it will not be deferred beyond October. Okay, but that's not your intention. Yeah, I'll tell you, I came to this meeting very torn. with the intention of supporting the development ultimately, because I'm not swayed by the angular plane arguments, the neighborhood character arguments. I think we need a lot of housing, as Councillor Tierney said. I think we need to build. I think Carling and busier roads like that with rapid transit planned are the place to do it. But I am really tripped up on when the issue of a housing emergency collides with a climate emergency and a food security emergency. That's where I really get stuck. So I'm inclined to support the deferral. I would not support a deferral beyond October. But I do think I am also frustrated that there is no one here from the federal government or from Agriculture Canada, but we're being presented with two interpretations of a study, and I don't feel that I have the information to make a decision. So I support the deferral. But I also ultimately support intensification on Carling Avenue, and I think it's coming, and I think we need to get used to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly on deferral.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this isn't on deferral, but very quickly, I just want to apologize to my colleague, Councillor Tierney. I did shake my head and roll my eyes when he started talking. I disagree with him, and we're allowed to do that. And I should have been more respectful in how I did that. So my apologies, Councillor Tierney.
We'll go throw some hay around. It'll all be good, brother.
Sounds good.
I see no further comments on deferral, so I'll ask the committee coordinator to ask for a vote. Oh, sorry.
I'll be very brief, and this is not my committee, and I don't want to take any more time than I should. I very much respect Councillor Tierney's position that we're in a crisis, and the last thing we want to do is to act without urgency in a crisis. If the fundamental question that I am concerned about is whether or not this and future development along these corridors may possibly see the end of the farm, possibly, as a theory. If that is a risk that is out there, a 2-month delay in which we should be able to hear back from Agricultural Canada an answer to that question. Will you pull up stakes if we continue to develop along the farm? A 2-month delay in getting that question, I would rather risk a 2-month delay on a project than the possibility of a permanent departure of a much treasured asset. I'm not one to drag feet on development, but I think there are fundamentally huge questions here that can be answered within 2 months. So for that reason, I'm still hoping that people are willing to defer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I will just say that no matter whether we defer this or not, the regulatory regime under which the developer has a right to have their application considered continues to be the one that's in place today. And whatever Agriculture Canada tells us about the impact of this development on their farm, we are still going to be accountable to the provincial government for the decision that we make under the regulatory regime that is in place today. A deferral doesn't buy us a new refusal grounds. You still have to decide at that point, if it's down the road, whether or not you consider that we have grounds under the current official plan to do our job and approve a development according to what that official plan says or not. This morning, and forgive me a little bit of a stretch here, but this morning, Councillor Menard brought the De Châtelet site plan to committee. He used a little bit of leverage that he had to try to get some movement out of a developer who didn't want to play ball. We don't have that leverage anymore because the provincial government is watching municipal councils across the province make decisions that are not in line with their official plan, for making politically popular decisions that don't align with the plans that the ministers have approved. If you consider that our official plan gives us grounds to refuse this or not, great, we'll have that vote. But deferring this by 2 months doesn't buy us new grounds to refuse. So I leave you to vote your conscience, but there is a big picture here. The province has been driving us to harsher and harsher timeframes, removing more and more powers over local planning decisions from municipal councils. And a decision taken today with eyes wide open that it doesn't change the final outcome to defer a housing application is just more of the ammunition that Queen's Park needs to continue to drive municipal councils in directions that we don't like. I'll leave it there. Kelly?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
and Chair Leeper.
No.
3 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay. So the deferral fails. So we're back onto the substantive merits of the application. Councillor Kavanaugh was up on the list before
Sorry,
we.
Chair, I have my second motion, which I will move now.
You no longer have the floor. You've made your motion. We had a vote. Councillor Kavanaugh is.
But why would I lose the floor when my vote fails?
You made a motion and we had a debate on that motion and
Yeah.
then it failed.
But why would I lose the floor?
With the council, Teresa, do you mind? Or Councillor Kavanaugh? May you put a motion on the table?
Sorry, you want me to put a motion on the table?
No, Councillor Brockington has another motion he'd like to put on
Yes,
the
go
table. You had primacy as far as I'm concerned, but please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So given the decision now that this committee has made, there is a second motion. And basically, the motion asks that the staff recommendation be revised, recommending that the second tower, the west tower, currently slated to be 27 stories, be amended to 16 stories. I'll just read the therefore clauses. Therefore, be it resolved that with respect to this report, the zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue, Planning and Housing Committee approve a revision to the staff recommendation of the proposed east tower, area E on document 3, from 27 stories to 16. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be provided.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanaugh is first on the speakers list. And of course, you can address any item.
Yeah.
Issues. We have a bunch of motions on the table.
I think this is wishful thinking, but it's a biggie. But I wasn't planning to speak on this, so I'll just move forward.
Okay. Your mic's on. Councillor Tierney.
I'm a little perplexed by this, as well as it sounds like Councillor Kavanaugh as well. I think this is kind of moot. Like, didn't we just vote down the previous motion? Maybe I'll ask the chair to rule on this, and if there's a challenge of the chair, we could go to a vote on that. But this motion doesn't seem to make sense. And I don't know how we selected a number of 16. Like, are we pulling it of a magic hat now? I either we want to build housing or we don't. And as someone we had a great tour of one of the RioCan properties recently about how important development and building is. We were out there, and I actually have, I know a lot of people didn't believe me in the past, but I have some of the highest number of applications coming in for high-rise apartments. I'm supporting them because we voted to intensify. So I'll ask for the chair for some guidance if he wishes to rule us out of order. Otherwise, I'm just going to call for the vote because this is redundant.
So we don't have any other speakers on, and forgive me, Tim, I'll get to your call for vote in a moment. There are no other speakers. I have some questions for the mover of the motion. I do consider that the motion is in order. We've chosen not to defer. However, it is up to it is within the councillor's prerogative to put another motion forward. We don't have any other speakers on it, so I will ask the mover of the motion the basis upon which they chose that 16 stories. So again, I feel very comfortable that I understand the shadow studies that Agriculture Canada has given to us. You can see all that online at kitchissippiward.ca. Up with the new one. So there are a couple of fields that are in play here. One of them is directly south of the Civic Hospital. It's the field that you drive by. I know we've seen the assertions that it is actually no longer usable for research because of the road salt issue. And then there is the field where the soybean experiment, about which some of you have read, if you've taken a look, have gone. The soybean field is much further away than the southern field. And I'll go slowly, but I'm going to take the soybean field. So one of the scientists is using one of the research fields that is at some distance from the proposed tower in order to do small plot experiments in which he is testing the improvements he can make to the bacteria that help the soybean to fix nitrogen. And it is dependent upon shadows. Shadows affect that research. A 27 and 16 story tower proposed for the corner of Parkdale and Carling would put that spot into shadow for 7,474 minutes out of the total 260,000 minutes of the year. A 16-story development would put that spot into shadow for 5,799 minutes per year. So 7,400 compared to 5,800 minutes per year. And I guess I wonder what insight the councillor has to suggest that it is better for mitigating shadowing impacts on the adjacent experimental farm, agriculture, and research lands to reduce it by such a small percentage. I do want to move to the second field, which is the southern field, which if we assume is usable as a research field, if it hasn't been entirely destroyed by road salt from Carling Avenue. The 27 and 16 story tower proposal would put that spot in shadow for 26,187 minutes per year. That's a spot kind of in the middle of that field. 16 story towers would put it in shadow for 25,304 minutes. I'm not sure that's 883 fewer minutes of 260,000 total minutes of sun in a growing year. Reducing the height from 27 to 16 stories without having a good official plan basis to do so, however, reduces the amount of housing that's available in the development. Councillor, your motion suggests that we should be mitigating shadowing impacts on the adjacent experimental farm. You've proposed that the one tower be bought from 27 to 16 stories. My assertion is that that makes virtually no difference in terms of the total shadow impact in the year. How do you justify the motion?
Thanks, Chair, for your question. You're certainly welcome to sub-amend to a lower height as the local councillor, so I'll look to you to propose a new height on the table. But I got to say, I find it a bit rich that my colleagues who voted against a deferral, where we could get more information about shadow mitigation and what the ideal heights would be along the corridor, are now asking me questions about how to mitigate shadowing impacts and ideal heights. I don't have a magic hat. I believe that there will be unanimous support for this application if this amendment passes. And it was moved because I do believe it will lessen shadow impacts on the agricultural research lands. And my understanding is the community do support the 16-story tower on the west side, and correspondence from a number of stakeholders have indicated a 16-story tower on the east side would be ideal as well. But ideally, Chair, if we had had a 2-month pause to provide us a better understanding of some of the key questions that you are now asking, that would have been ideal in itself.
Understood, and I appreciate the response. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I don't see any further questions. So I'm going to ask for, what do we got? Can you take me through the motions? We have a. Right. So what I want to do is I want first to deal with the, if it's okay with the committee, I want to deal first with the addition of the holding symbol for the requirement in order to add an updated CHIS. Do you have any other motions? And then we're going to vote on the Brockington motion, and then we will vote on the main motion that has either been amended or not according to the vote on the Brockington motion. So there is there's the motion that Councillor Vice Chair Gower brought to require or put a hold on this until we receive a new cultural heritage impact statement. Is that motion carried? Thank you. On the Brockington motion to reduce the height limit across the site to 16 stories. I'll ask for a vote, please. Kelly?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry, she unmuted herself, but we can't hear her.
We'll come back to her.
Councillor Dudas, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
Chair Leeper,
No. So the staff recommendation remains unamended then. I don't think we need to run through all of that again. Does these, or it's as amended by the new hold for require the cultural heritage impact statement. So another vote, please, on the larger recommendation. This is the vote.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Curry, Councillor Dudas, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
Chair Leeper,
Yes.
7 yeas.
Yes.
Oh. Kathy, that vote was on the, that was a yes vote on the overall development?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. All right, so that item is going to come to City Council on August 23rd for those who are looking to participate in the next steps. We will move on to the policy portion of this meeting. So coming back to the referrals, there was a motion that was brought to the Built Heritage Conservation District. And that motion, sorry, so this is item 5.1. The motion that passed at Built Heritage was that the Planning and Housing Committee recommend that council approve the following motion, whereas the Rockcliffe Park, is Louise here? Oh, Louise is, we'll get, okay, great. So the motion that you see in the agenda was brought to Built Heritage Subcommittee. And the intention is that consistency with the objectives and policies of the official plan, Rockcliffe Park Secondary Plan, and Heritage Conservation District Plan be considered through the development of the new zoning bylaw. And I wanted to make sure that members of the Planning and Housing Committee knew that that motion was coming forward and had the opportunity to ask our heritage staff how that might or might not affect the overall comprehensive zoning bylaw review. So I'm actually just going to kick it off by asking staff what is the interaction between the comprehensive zoning bylaw review and this motion that seeks to ensure that we are respecting the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District plan?
Thank you, Chair. This motion, I wasn't directly involved in it, but I can speak to the intent a little bit. So Rockcliffe Park, a big component of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District, the significance there is the landscape. And this motion, I think, came from a recent application, a heritage permit application, where I think it's fair to say some of the concerns related to landscape and I think also grade in the district. And so this motion speaks to, working with our zoning colleagues to make sure that some of those components, those landscape components, are consistent. Anything new in the zoning bylaw, that's carried forward. And just to make sure that those landscape elements that are dealt with through the zoning bylaw are captured.
I'll see if anyone puts up their hand before I continue on, but I do see Councillor Lowe is able to weigh in. And sorry, is Councillor King on the line?
I am Chair Leeper. Fortunately, I lost my internet connection, but I'm on the phone here.
Okay, I'll give you in a moment. I'm just going to ask Councillor Lowe to ask his question. I'll just give you an opportunity to make a quick comment if you wanted to.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Can I go? Okay. Sorry. Just for the sake of clarification for myself and maybe for colleagues and whoever else is listening, does this basically ensure the continuation of there's like a status that kind of protects the former village of Rockcliffe Park from before amalgamation? Is this the continuation of that, or is this to make sure that continues as we go into the new bylaw review?
Thank you for the question. So the designation in Rockcliffe Park, that's going to remain. And in fact, we're doing a consistency review, I would say, across all of our districts in the city. It's to make sure that those objectives, the heritage conservation objectives, are carried forward in the zoning bylaw work that's going on.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. This may not be related, but this is something that I always wondered about. In terms of Rockcliffe Park, they seem to be exempt from secondary units. Is that still going to continue, or is that part of it? Because it always struck me as unusual and not equitable.
Thank you for your question. So Bill 23 made changes to the Planning Act that rendered a zoning bylaw that limits secondary dwelling units. Those provisions or policies in the official plan can't be implemented. So Bill 23, through those changes, the Planning Act supersedes the provisions in the exceptions that apply to Rockcliffe Park, which prohibit secondary dwelling units. Secondary dwelling units are permitted in Rockcliffe Park, as are three dwelling units on a lot in a residential zone that is serviced in Rockcliffe Park, just as in all neighborhoods in the city.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Councillor King, I don't know if you're still online, able to maintain.
I am.
Did you want to make any comments on what the intent of bringing this forward to Built Heritage was?
Absolutely. I'll provide some context. So I introduced a motion at the last Heritage Committee meeting, which seeks consistency between the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District Plan, the official plan, and the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. And as we know, the motion was referred to Planning Committee, and rightly so by Chair Leeper. The intent of the motion is to instruct city staff to review and fix the inconsistencies between our existing zoning bylaw, the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District Plan, and our other statutory planning documents as they begin the process of formulating the new zoning bylaw. These inconsistencies were identified in a heritage application that was approved during the last Heritage Committee meeting held July 11th. And I think that Heritage staff was elaborating on that. Specifically, the review will look at the definition of an average grade. And currently, the Rockcliffe Park through its Heritage Conservation Plan has its own definition, which isn't in league with the existing zoning bylaw. And the review would also focus on height discrepancies that exist between the Heritage Conservation District Plan and the zoning bylaw. So the idea here is simply to ensure consistency, which will help the community in its efforts to protect and promote the heritage characteristics in Rockcliffe Park, because it's very difficult when applications go forward on the heritage side that aren't, equal or in league with the technical details on the planning side. So functionally, I believe a technical review will ensure that heritage policies are properly aligned and calibrated with the rest of the city's planning policies. And of course, this would be undertaken through the public consultation process and the deliberations that committee will have on the comprehensive zoning bylaw as we go forward.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions for Chair King? No. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Tierney.
I'm happy today. Sorry, Chair. I want to thank Councillor King for bringing this forward. Rothwell Heights faces very similar situations, and I think a review will be very helpful, especially when it comes to everything from corner lot provisions to land use, and how we can actually make sure there's equity, as Councillor Kavanagh has mentioned, across the city. These are beautiful areas, but at the same time, we do have heritage designations in my area as well through the province. And I want to make sure that we have a good understanding of how things move forward as we plan on intensifying. So anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's it. I'll be quiet for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. So obviously Built Heritage has made this recommendation to City Council. Does Planning and Housing Committee, do you carry this as a motion as well? Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you very much. And I believe our last item today, we do have quorum still. Kelly is keeping an eye on it. There is an item on the Future Neighborhoods Urban Expansion Areas process. So there are a number of boundary expansions that have been approved in our official plan. How are those actually going to come into our urban boundary? What is that process? So I believe I've asked for a presentation on this one. So we're going to receive a relatively quick presentation and then have the opportunity to pose some questions of those.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Schmidt. I'm a planner in the Resiliency Planning and Policy Branch, and I'll be presenting the Future Neighborhood Urban Expansion Areas Report. Next slide, please. Oops, sorry. As noted, through the approval of the new official plan in 2022, over 3,000 gross hectares or 1,900 net developable hectares have been added to the urban area. This includes 14 different urban expansion areas to accommodate both residential and industrial growth. The urban expansion areas are shown on Schedule C17 of the Future Neighborhood and are shown as Future Neighborhood Overlay or Industrial and Logistics. Next slide, please. These lands were previously rural and generally undeveloped and not subject to any past master planning. The policies of the new OP require that the expansion areas go through secondary planning process supported by various studies prior to development occurring. The report is for information purposes only and highlights, oh, sorry, back a slide. Yeah, that one there, perfect. So the report will highlight the overall process, initiatives to help streamline the secondary planning process, resourcing, and other administrative updates to come forward. Next slide, please. So this slide shows is a schedule C17 in the OP and shows the 14 different urban expansion areas. So as you can see, we have areas in the west, south, and east ends of the city. Next slide, please. The future neighborhoods are envisioned to be complete, walkable 15-minute neighborhoods, well served by transit and built on sustainable design attributes, including compact design, a mix of uses and densities, fully connected street grid, viable options for sustainable transportation modes, including walking, cycling, and transit, as well as integrated with the surrounding existing neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So the secondary planning process. So the new OP policies address issues with past processes, which permitted some of the smaller urban expansion areas to go straight to draft plan of subdivision application without the support of master studies. This resulted in a more ad hoc piecemeal approach and generally led to much longer draft plan of subdivision process, resulting in delays in receiving draft approval, new lot registration, and ultimately the construction of new homes. The new OP requires that all future neighborhood go through a secondary planning process guided by supporting technical studies. I want to highlight, however, that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and the studies and level of effort will be scoped for each area. I also want to highlight that the secondary planning process is an open and public process. It includes extensive stakeholder engagement and public consultation. Next slide, please. So the secondary planning process is typically in the form of a CDP. In some circumstances, an alternative to the CDP or community design plan, known as a concept plan or CP, can be considered. Both are planning instruments and provide a framework for development, ensuring that growth is consistent with the goals and objectives of the official plan and translate the policies to a community scale. The main difference between the two processes is scope, complexities to address, level of effort, and collaboration required. Just wanted to note that CDPs and CPs are non-statutory documents and are given legal effect by implementing policies through the approval of a secondary plan in volume 2A or through area-specific policies in volume 2C of the official plan. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a high-level process diagram from basically start of the secondary planning process to occupancy. And the next slides will go through in a bit more detail. Next slide, please. So the first phase of the planning process for future neighborhoods begins the same way for both a CDP or CP process. So it is initiated by the proponent by having meetings with city staff to discuss the process, as well as terms of reference for the various supporting technical studies that are required. It also includes the preparation of background studies and existing conditions reports, which set the foundation for supporting studies and plans to be undertaken in the next phase. Prior to the start of the second phase, the city will determine in part, based on the existing conditions reports and identified scopes in the terms of reference, if the process should be full CDP or the alternative CP approach. Next slide, please. So the next phase is where the bulk of the work happens, and this is where the CDP or CP is prepared. This is where, at this point, we've decided whether it requires the full community design plan or the concept plan, so they branch off. But overall, the process is very similar, just level of scope and effort differs. At this stage, we're also finalizing the engineering and the land uses for the future neighborhood. If it is a CP process, this is where the proponent can actually make the official plan amendment, where CDP, it's the city that brings forward the secondary plan. This phase also includes looking at alternative options for layout of the future neighborhood, including land use, servicing, and transportation options. Phasing plans and financial implementation plans are also included if they're applicable. Next slide, please. So this next step is the approval of the secondary plan or area-specific plans and the removal of the future neighborhood overlay, which then allows development to occur, development applications. This includes any necessary policies through either secondary plan as mentioned or area specific policy to help guide future applications. Next slide. So at this point, the secondary plan, CDP concept plan has been approved, and we can now move to the development application. So a plan of subdivision, zoning bylaw amendment, and site plans can be made. Next slide, please. There we go. At this stage, once the plan of subdivision is approved and zoning commence work is issued to do the road works, servicing, etc., and then a building permit can be issued. Next slide. And this brings us to the final stage where occupancy can be given for dwelling units. So as you can see, it's quite the process from beginning to end. Next slide. We also wanted to highlight, as mentioned earlier, that the expansion area does include some industrial lands in the industrial and logistics designation to accommodate industrial growth. This includes two areas. So there's North Stittsville near the Carp Road area and 417, as well as in Barhaven near the 416 and Barnsdale. Next slide, please. So the industrial lands need to be included with the secondary planning process for the adjacent future neighborhood overlay lands. But since the context is different, the scope of planning will be different. So the land use component has been dealt with through the approval of the official plan. We know that this is designated as industrial logistics. There's less issues to address for these lands. However, we still require a broader look at transportation and servicing along with the future neighborhoods. How these lands will be incorporated in the process will be further refined through a report coming forward in Q3. Next slide, please. So here we want to highlight some of the things we're looking at doing to streamline the process, because our goal is to reduce the overall time it takes to complete the secondary planning process. So some initiatives include having staff assigned as part of a small multidisciplinary team to work on the secondary planning process. So this will improve efficiencies and coordination in the planning. Generally, CDPs or CP process will require to be supported by an updated subwatershed study. The city, in consultation with the local conservation authorities, will prioritize areas for watershed and subwatershed planning. We've also looked at an alternative way of updating through the environmental management plan, which could be used to streamline that process. There's also the availability, as mentioned, of a more streamlined concept plan process, and that will be supported by development review staff, letting us use additional resources there. In terms of other areas that we're looking at streamlining, so we're proposing having tailored terms of reference for supporting technical studies. So there'll be general terms of reference for the master servicing, environmental management plan, community energy plan, and some others. Some of these are already underway. This provides clarity to the applicants when they come in. Before, it was kind of ad hoc and each one was unique. This provides a more guiding document for them in certainty. Each area will also be scoped specific to their area. As mentioned before, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Next slide. Oh, sorry, next slide. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Here we go. Yeah, sorry. The other aspect is general urban design guidelines for future neighborhood. In the past, each community design plan required their own urban design guidelines, but we feel that there's commonality between the future neighborhoods that could be put in a general design guideline for them, and that would save time through the process. There's also the use of the Integrated Planning Act and Municipal Class Environmental Act process, which allows us at times to integrate where Planning Act and EA Act processes are required. Most of these areas will require both, but you can do an integrated process which streamlines the process and removes redundancies. Next slide, please. So in terms of resources, as mentioned, this is a multi-year process to go through the secondary planning. It requires participation of multidisciplinary teams, both on the city side and the landowner side. The process is initiated by the proponent landowner, so the city doesn't control the timelines or when these come in. With the existing resources in the community planning section, we can only undertake a limited number of CDPs concurrently. So if CDPs are initiated beyond staff capacity, additional resources will be required to ensure they proceed in a timely manner. So staff estimate the need for at least 2 new FTEs in 2024. Next slide, please. We also want to highlight that there's some future amendments coming forward some administrative updates that will come forward in Q3. One of them is update to the official plan schedule. So as mentioned, the expansion lands are shown on Schedule C17, but they're not shown on any of the other schedules applicable in the OP. So that has to be updated to reflect the approved expansion areas. There'll be also some minor policy updates to correct inconsistent language and minor errors and emissions. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we just want to highlight that our goal is to reduce the overall approvals process to build more homes quicker, in part by supporting studies, having them required upfront, terms of reference that are tailored to the unique aspects of each area, provide a potential flexible sub-watershed study update mechanism, having alternative streamlined concept plan process for smaller sites, having general urban design guidelines, having staff assigned to a multidisciplinary team at the start of the process, using the Integrated Planning Act, Municipal Class EA Act process where applicable. And as mentioned, we want to stress that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach where the process would be tailored to each area and the scope of effort. And as mentioned earlier, we also want to stress that there's many opportunities for public consultation and comment through each one of these types of processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a good overview. I appreciate getting that. And I'm glad we did that here because otherwise I probably wouldn't have paid a lot of attention until it was too late. So it's good to have that on the table now. I see that Councillor Kitts has some questions for you, and then I've got a few of my own, I think.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just one quick question. As part of the OP discussion, Councillor Dudas did have a direction to staff regarding the South Orleans expansion lands, asking that specific gating criteria with respect to the roadways and public transit ways, et cetera, be considered. Just wanted to clarify that that would be considered as part of the CDPs.
Chair, the gating policies that Council adopted in the official plan were removed by the minister through his approval.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's moot. Thank you, Queen's Park. Do we have a good idea? So one of the questions I had was answered with respect to what triggers the start of the CP or the CDP. And I'm sorry, I should ask on behalf of the public for fewer acronyms in some of the presentations that are coming forward to us, please. But your answer to that question, what triggers the CP or the CDP, seems to be the applicant themselves. When they want to start moving ahead with developing the land, they're going to first move ahead with a secondary planning process before moving into a master planning process, subdivision, et cetera. Do we have a good idea that those are going to be spaced out over the course of the next many years? Are we expecting a flood of landowners to come in all at once, or what does that outlook look like?
So Chair, that is a tough question to answer. We've already received a number of landowners within each area having initial discussions with staff. Some areas we anticipate landowners will come in next year, early next year. In terms of spacing, it all really depends on when the landowners or the proponents can complete the background studies. Some areas would be quicker, some areas would take longer. And then when you proceed to the actual master planning, whether it's a community design plan or a quicker process concept plan, again, the level of efforts between areas can also vary. So the response is it's too early to tell how they can be spaced out. There are a lot of variables. Each area is different in size and complexity. So it is hard to say how it'd be spaced out at this time.
And there's no reason to think that some of these properties would move ahead until undeveloped existing lands that don't have some of these, or how much land do we have in a state of sort of like not a lot of planning approvals already having been given from the last round of expansions?
So Chair, if the last Greenfield residential land survey, I think we had about 1,700 hectares. That'll be updated this year. It'll be less than that. It's fair to say that landowners probably want to start the process as soon as possible, because as you can see, it does take some time before they can get building permits. So it is a process in order to get their products in queue, so to speak. So they would probably want to start these as soon as possible, looking at sometime in the future in order to get those building permits.
Okay. With respect to some of our growth management strategy predictions or projections, are we in line with what those projections were with respect to housing availability that we did back in, I can't remember, it's 2020 now, I think?
So Chair, we'd have to wait for the next edition of the annual development report and the update of where the official plan monitoring report will be. That's anticipated to be either Q4 of this year or Q1 next year before we get the sense of intensification. Don't forget that the province did add significant additional land. So in terms of the percentages, it's too early to tell. We have to wait to see how those lands proceed through this process, and then wetlands ultimately get draft approved and registered and then built before we see the building permits in order to get an understanding of where we are seeing actual development occur.
Okay. And I'm pleased to see the staff commitment to streamlining those processes as much as possible to get plans of subdivision and more detailed plans approved so that builders can start building houses. I don't see any other questions from any other members of the committee. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate the presentation. And I believe we are just going to polish this meeting off now. Does anyone have like a long in-camera discussion? Bring something ahead. We've received several IPDs, the Cashmere Parkland, the residential dwelling approval pipeline, which I should mention, if you have not looked at the residential dwelling approval pipeline, that is an excellent new report that staff have put together, indicating how we're doing with respect to meeting some of those commitments we've made to the province, as well as the planning, real estate and economic development work program 2022-2026. We need to receive that?
No, not
It's
that.
Oh, shoot. Caught myself this time. Can we receive the future neighborhoods report? Today's your day, eh, Riley? Received. Perfect. Thank you. Notices of motion. I believe there is one notice of motion for a subsequent meeting. Councillor Hill has a notice of motion. I believe Councillor Troster, who as a member, will get that on the next meeting agenda because she is a member. Councillor Gower was going to do it, but he's no longer at this meeting. So, Councillor Hill, are you on the call? Oh, you're right there.
Yeah, right here. It's been good. Thanks for the time.
David, what's the notice of motion that you're bringing forward?
So just to give a little bit of context to this, as you're aware, on the afternoon of July 13th, there were two EF1 tornadoes that touched down in Barrhaven. They impacted about 125 homes. Of those, 27 homes required folks to be displaced for a period of time. About probably 15 of those folks have been able to come back to their homes, but we still have a number, about a dozen plus now, that are displaced and likely will just be displaced still for another couple months. A third EF0 tornado touched down in Finley Creek on August 3rd, impacting 12 homes. Unfortunately, the damaging winds, it's becoming more frequent. As a member of Environment Committee, we hear about this regularly. And I think the theme that I've been talking about with a lot of my colleagues is resilience, looking at grid resilience, looking at wind resilience, flood resilience, ice storm resilience, all that kind of stuff. And so this is aligned with that and basically trying to take advantage of the opportunity we have before us where there's discussions going on from the city and specifically on the province's side with regard to building code amendments. And so it's just trying to take advantage of that opportunity to incorporate some wind resilience into that. So that's really my introduction to that. I'd offer to you, Chair, if Councillor Troster wishes to read it in, then I think we're good to go.
David, can you just do us a favor and read the therefore be it resolved?
Happy to do that. Therefore, be it resolved that the mayor, on behalf of council, write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, conveying the City of Ottawa's support for the province's proposed green building code to include requirements to mitigate against increased wind uplift loads on roofs in order to better create more wind resilient communities.
Thank you very much. Councillor Troster is bringing that to the record of this meeting so that we can deal with it at the next. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There were no inquiries submitted ahead of time. Does anyone have any inquiries? I don't see any. We have no other business. We are adjourned. Our next meeting is Wednesday, September 6th, 2023. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.